Once again, thanks for joining us on Merrimack TV tonight. I'm Nicholas LaValle, the Town of Merrimack's Media Services Coordinator. We're just waiting for the moderator to call the meeting to order, and then we will turn on their audio. I should say their Malloy Sound will turn on the moderator's audio, which looks like it's about to happen. So tonight's maybe not. Maybe not. Sorry, got ahead of myself. Looked like he was about to speak. We were expecting a full house tonight. We were getting awfully close to that. There's an additional overflow room that's set up down the hall for quite a number of people. If you go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/MerrimackTV, you can see a video that we posted earlier for folks to get a sense for what to expect when arriving to deliberative session, how to enter the room, where to sign in. And if you look at that video on our Facebook page, facebook.com/MerrimackTV, what to expect when arriving to deliberative session. You get a shot of the other room. Next Wednesday night, we'll be broadcasting live the town deliberative session at 7 p.m. And on Tuesday, April 9th, we will have our election night live program, so you can see preliminary results when they, as read by the town's moderator. We go live on Election Day, April 9th at 7 p.m. with special programming. So we show you selections from the Merrimack High School Band and Chorus, along with some Merrimack Moment segments that we've produced. I mentioned those earlier if you tuned in before 7 o'clock. Our Merrimack Moment segments captured the people, places, and events that make Merrimack a fun place to live. We have segments about Chop Shop, as well as the Girl Scouts Library Story Walk. And of course, we bring you your Tomahawks games live as well. Well, thanks for tuning into Merrimack TV tonight. Whether you're watching on Channel 8, HD 1072, or if you've downloaded the Merrimack TV app, you can download that app on our Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV devices. It looks like we're about to begin. Thanks a lot.
Good evening, everyone. If you could please take your seats. I am also going to ask that you kind of scrunch together a little bit in the middle. I see a lot of empty chairs in there. The reason being, we believe there's going to be some more people coming from the high school after parent-teacher conferences, and you want them to be able to come in and find a seat easily. They were rescheduled. Well, no one told me. Thank you. All right. We good? All right. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. My name is Brian McCarthy. I am the school district moderator, and I would like to call this meeting of the Merrimack School District deliberative session back into session and request that you all rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I've got a few housekeeping items. First of all, exits. You all came in this entrance. If there is an emergency, you need to know exits are behind you. There's two back there, and there's one on the side here, okay? And if we need you to get out, please head that direction calmly and safely. Next, registered voters should have a card. If you have not picked up a card, you need to come up here to the front and get one, because if there is a vote tonight on something, you will need this card. Okay? So please do that. Thank you. Ooh, a little loud there. Okay. Also, if you do leave, take the card with you, rip it in half, whatever. Just get rid of it. Don't leave it around, okay? Next item. There's been a lot of chatter, as you all know, about Monday's recess, and I need to say that the decision to recess that meeting was mine. It was not the school board's. It was not the police department's. It was not the fire marshal's. It was mine. I did not feel I had enough room to hold this meeting safely. Okay? Don't blame anyone else, blame me. Okay? Now, let's get on with tonight's meeting. Oh, wait, a couple of reminders. Town deliberative session is Wednesday, March 13th, in this room at 7 p.m. Election day for both the town and school district is Tuesday, April 9th, 7 to 7, at your respective polling places. That is when you vote on what we are going to be putting on the ballot tonight. Okay. Because we have a large number of people that I have not been here before or had not been to one of these things, I'm going to do a few things that I usually don't do, okay? We have 8 articles on the warrant that need to be moved to the ballot. That is our job tonight. We are going to go through each article, and you get to ask details about the article, and in some cases make changes to what ends up on the ballot for that article. The state regulates what can and cannot be changed depending on the type of article being discussed. I do not live and breathe RSAs, so I had the school district legal counsel right here summarize what can and can't be changed. Earlier today, I had that posted on a few places on Facebook. You may have seen it. If you haven't, I am going to go through it right now. Okay? Article 1 is election of officers. You can't change that. Okay? That's who you vote for. Article 2 is a new SAU building. It is amendable. However, wording relating to a bond issue is somewhat circumscribed by law, so changing the wording can lead to issues. The dollar amount can be changed. Article 3, gifts, is not amendable. Article 4, the collective bargaining agreement, is not amendable. Article 5, the special meeting, is not amendable. Article 6, the roof replacement, the dollar amount is amendable. The wording is not amendable. Article 7, I am calling this Common Core. I'm not sure what else. Common Core, okay? The wording is amendable as long as the subject matter remains. This is an advisory article, and should it pass in April, it is within the board's discretion to determine whether and how to act on it. Article 8 is the budget. The dollar amount is amendable, but the wording cannot be changed. This means you cannot amend a specific line item in the budget. Having said all that, all these items that are not amendable can be discussed tonight if you have questions on them. And the way that works is, for each article, I will read the article, I will ask for a motion to move it to the ballot, I will then ask for a second. And then typically the first person gets to describe why they want this on the ballot. That doesn't even have to happen, but it's there, okay? After that, I will open the floor for comments or questions on the article. If you wish to speak, approach the microphone with your voter card, state your name. After I recognize you, state your name and your address. I lost my place, sorry. If you have a question, you can ask your question. If you have an amendment that is more than a few words, please provide it to Lynn in writing, and she will bring it up to me. Then you get to go back and read your article to everyone here. I will then ask for a second on the amendment. If there is no second, nothing happens. If there is a second, then we continue in talking about it. The person who seconds, I need you to raise your card and I need you to state your name. We need to get that into the record, so we need to make sure we get it right. So hold your card for a few seconds and state your name clearly. Once the second is there, the person who made the amendment can talk about why they think it's a good idea, and questions are asked on the amendment the same way. Come up to the microphone, ask the question, et cetera, et cetera. Once all the questions have been asked on the amendment, I will be asking for a vote. The vote is done by raising your card. I will first ask all those in favor, raise your card. Hold it for a second. All those opposed, raise your card. Bring it down. Majority wins. If there is not a clear majority, in my opinion, I will ask you to do the same thing, and this time I will have my moderators count the cards. They will bring the numbers up, and I will announce the winner. So that's how it goes. I am limiting time at the microphone to 3 minutes. So if you have a 30-minute speech in your pocket, start editing. If you, hold on, please. Yes, sir.
Will that 3 minutes hold for the presentations as well?
No, it will not.
I move that we do. I have that right, RSA 40:4, to limit presentations to the same limit as you're putting there. Right? We have a lot of people.
I am going to ask the body. Okay, however, you have made a motion, correct? Do I have a second? And if I am going to pause the meeting if people continue to scream out. Okay? I will repeat.
Get him to a mic. We need his name.
Okay. Actually, Tim, please come up. Once he is done, I will finish my discussion on this.
Need a second, whoever that
Yes, okay.
Tim Tenhay, 5 Windy Hollow Circle.
Yes.
I ask that we adjust the rules of this meeting tonight to limit presentation time to 3 minutes as well, simply because we have a lot to discuss tonight, and I think most people are well educated on the articles.
Do I have a second? Name? Okay. So, here's where you get to vote. All in favor of limiting presentations to 3 minutes, raise your cards. Lower them, please. All those opposed. The motion passes. That will mean there is a slight adjustment to what people are doing this evening, but okay. Thank you, Tim, for describing and demonstrating how things work tonight. When discussion is happening, please be courteous to your fellow voters. Please keep quiet. Don't have side discussions because you may think you're being quiet, but you're irritating the people that are next to you, so just keep it down. please take a few seconds right now and make sure your phone isn't on super loud, vibrate, or whatever. And at this time, I would like the school board chair to introduce the front and back tables.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thanks for joining us. Hope everybody's had a nice week. Just wanted to thank you again for your patience and your flexibility for recessing tonight's meeting and moving it to Thursday night. It was certainly an exciting thing to see so many folks here, and kind of an energizing and sort of a cool moment for the town of Merrimack to see so many folks involved and passionate and want to discuss our schools here. So thank you so much for your flexibility, and looking forward to some good discussion tonight. Before I introduce the folks on stage tonight, I do just want to take a minute to recognize an individual who I believe this evening is her last official order of business. Our town moderator for the last over 30 years, Lynn Christensen, is stepping down after tonight. Did she say? No? Next week. Next week. You still have to get your applause, though. So I apologize, after next week's deliberative session, so my fault. We still have you for a little longer, after the elections. So thank you, and thank you for your service to Merrimack as well. One of the longest serving town moderator in New Hampshire? One of them, so wow, that's impressive. So again, my name's Ken Martin, I'm the school board chair for Merrimack. To my left is the school board vice chair, Lori Rothaus. Down the row here, we have school board members Lori Peters, Jenna Hardy, and Naomi Halter. To my right, we have the Chief Educational Officer for Merrimack, Everett Bill Olson. And to his right is our legal counsel, Allison Minatelli. Behind me, you see over to my left shoulder, our Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, Amy Doyle. Directly next to her is our Assistant Superintendent of Business, Matt Chevenel. And over my right shoulder is our Merrimack Town Clerk, Pat Heinrich. School District Clerk. School District Clerk, Pat Heinrich. Thanks, Pat. We'll get there. We'll get there. Great. Thanks, Brian. All right. And now we move on to articles.
Okay, sorry. There was one piece that I did not cover when I was going over things, and that is I have, at the last meeting before it happened, I was asked how secret ballots work, okay? And secret ballots are allowed by RSA, and it means someone gives me a piece of paper that says, before you vote, I want this to be secret. And that piece of paper has 5 signatures on it, okay? I have to make sure those 5 people are here, okay? And what that means is that we're all gonna take these pieces of paper out and file down the middle, mark them and put those in those boxes, and then once everyone's voted, those boxes come up here, we take them out, we spread them out, we count them, and then we present the results. That is probably going to take 30 or 45 minutes per request for secret ballot. So I hope whoever, and I don't remember who, was asking me about this on Monday, thinks it might not be a great idea tonight, okay? Now, I would like the Budget Committee to introduce their board.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Mackenzie Murphy, and I'm the acting chair of the Merrimack School District Budget Committee. And I would like to recognize my team that serves with me. To my right, I'll be introducing Rachel Papke, Dan Coakley, Lee French, Shane Albuquerque, Heather Robitaille, Gina Groff, Jennifer McCormick, and we also had an acting chair that has also recently resigned, Naomi Schoenfeld, and I'd like to thank her for all of the work that she also put into the Budget Committee this past year. And I think I missed one person. We also have, oh, sorry, I have a stutter. I'd also like to introduce Ellen Wilson. And I'd also like to recognize the members of the school board, Naomi Halter, as well as the alternate school board member, Jenna Hardy, who also served this year.
Thank you. All right. I do not sure if I have to move Article 1 to the ballot, but it's there anyway. So, Article 2, the new central office. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Ken, second.
Second.
Second by, you get that? All right. Discussion?
Yeah, so we do have a presentation, a brief 3-minute presentation.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Can you move those microphones? Yeah. What's going to disappear? Jason's good.
That's not it.
Get Lori's microphone. Can you get that microphone?
Okay, so I am going to shave off some information on here due to the limit on time. There is a video tour of the current SAU office buildings that is on the website, our school district website, which I would highly encourage you to check out. It gives you a sense of what the current working conditions are that our SAU staff is working with. So, just a couple of things to take into consideration when looking over this warrant. Currently, the Merrimack School District employs 25 full-time administrative employees. I won't read the names to you, but they are listed up there. Those are, of course, our superintendent, our assistant superintendent, student services, director of student wellness, a number of folks who make our school districts run. They are currently, these district employees oversee and provide services for 297 full-time teaching staff, 340 support staff, and 3,621 students for the town of Merrimack. Just to give a brief history of why we've gotten to this point and why we've proposed this warrant article, because this discussion's been going on for quite some time. As you can see, the two buildings over on the right-hand side of the screen, both houses that they are currently being housed in were built in 1962 and purchased by the Merrimack School District in 1970, both lovingly referred to as the green house and the blue house. And that is exactly what they are, houses. Discussions between the school board and the Planning and Building Committee began in 1995 about the idea of building a new central office. In 2008, the Planning and Building Committee were formally charged by the school board with looking into costs and procedures for sufficient space for our central office staff. In 2010, after 2 years of research and discussions with architects, the Planning and Building Committee presented a 9-page report outlining the proposal for a new central office with an anticipated cost of $1.8 million. In 2013, this proposal was on the ballot and received 52% of the vote. Bond proposals, however, must receive 60% of the vote in order to pass. Therefore, it did not. Over the following 2 years, the Planning and Building Committee looked at multiple options, including leasing pre-existing commercial space, current space in the school district, and portable units. In 2015, the Planning and Building Committee, in conjunction with the New England School Development Council, presented a new report outlining their conclusions that the only economically feasible solution was a new building. In 2018, the Planning and Building Committee did an engineering study to add an addition to Merrimack High School in order to accommodate this need. Existing gas lines would have had to be moved, and the cost of that was deemed far too high. And then in 2019, the Planning and Building Committee brought a new proposal to the school board costing $3.2 million, and it never made its way to the ballot, conversation didn't get to that point. I will pass through the tour. It's about a 7-minute long video outlining the buildings in their current state. We don't have time for that tonight, but I will be glad to make that available to everybody on the website. So the proposed design for the new central office building, which many of you I'm sure have seen.
You going to wrap it up?
Yep, getting there.
All right, so 3 minutes is passed.
Oh, okay. So there it is. There's the new building, housing all 24 office, the district staff. There is the bid from Marinese, and then
All right,
there
wrap it
is
up.
the payment plan. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. You can scan that for more information. It's okay. All right.
All right.
So
Discussion
discussion. Yes.
on Article 2.
So over the last couple of weeks, hearing lots of feedback and lots of discussion from our folks in the community, we got together with the chair of the Planning and Building Committee and had some discussions with our architects, with our leadership in the SAU, and we've come to a proposal of kind of working with a smaller number. We decided that some of the offices or some of the employees we can keep in their current spaces. So we have employees that are currently at the high school and employees that are currently at the upper elementary school. And we decided with a slightly smaller conference room, we can now propose an amended amount of $4.8 million as opposed to $6.9 million. So I'm going to make a motion to drop that amount to $4.8 million in this Article 2.
Do we have a second? Name, please. You got that? One more time. Thank you. Okay, we are now discussing the amendment to drop the dollar value to $4.8 million. You can talk about it a little bit more since you made the motion.
Sure. So in having conversations with planning and building and the architects, we figured we could make an adequate space, a sufficient space for that smaller amount while leaving those offices where they are currently at. One thing we really wanted to make sure we let everyone know is that the conference room, the proposed conference room, is not just for the school district. That is open to this community. That is something the community is able to use. They're able to use it for whatever they see fit. That is an available space. So, so that was really kind of the driver behind the proposed lower amount.
Thank you. Discussion on the amendment.
Kind of pertains to the amendment, Finley Rothaus, 14 Kittredge Lane. The fact that we've limited the presentation to 3 minutes is disrespectful to the process and to the work that was put into it. That's all I have to say.
Rosemary Rung, 21 Ministerial Drive. First, I want to thank the school board for listening to the taxpayers of town and making this adjustment. I understand, I don't know if it was a month or 2 months ago, that the fire department inspected the existing blue and greenhouse. Have they issued a report?
We have not received a report yet.
When was that inspection done?
About 2 or 3 months ago, yeah.
2 or 3 months ago? Thank you.
Any other questions on the amendment?
Andy Hunter, 15 Mountain View Drive. Through the entire budget process, we had a number of 6.9 million. It made it through the building committee, it made it through the school board budget process, and then at the last minute, we changed it to another number, $4.8 million. How do we have any confidence in that number when all of this work has went into 6.9 million, and at the 11th hour, we changed the number?
We haven't been able to, this number came about 2 weeks ago. It was once the chair of the Planning and Building Committee had come back, and we were able to have that conversation with them. So that's why that came with that number about 2 weeks ago.
And we feel like this is a well-vetted number?
Yeah, go ahead, Lori. Yeah, it's from our contractor. That's from the architect themselves.
You know, somebody that does this for a living, does multi-million-dollar contracts. If somebody came to me at the 11th hour with a change of this magnitude, I would have very little confidence in the number.
Any other questions or comments on the amendment to drop the amount to 4.8 million?
Sean Kimball, 5 Hallett's Way. Wasn't there another proposal that you guys could renovate a few of the classrooms in the school for $500,000?
I have not heard that proposal. No.
Yeah, can I, Mr. Matt Cheminel, I've been here for 24 years. There was a proposal by the Planning and Building Committee, ushered by them. I think it was like 2010 or something like that, I believe. And it was just for the special services. And it was to take the front part of the Mastercola Upper Elementary School, the
Correct.
part that's 1948, the part that's right across from the police station, and segregate a portion of those offices out. The issue with that was there was several code violations as far as egress goes, and it's on the website. You can take a look at it. It's under all the information for central office. And it is something that was looked at but was not really received well, because what it does is it kind of, with the upper elementary school, it kind of cuts one half of the school off from the other, because you have to walk around that central office piece, which is right in the center. And the egress from the outside to give it its own specific entranceway without going through the school, it didn't seem right. So there is a report, you can take a look at it. It was reviewed by the Planning and Building Committee, and it was rejected by the Planning and Building Committee.
I don't understand, because we had campers in the front of the school.
Oh, I remember those. I put those there. They were right in the front
And
yard.
when it comes
across
to
the
codes,
precinct.
when it comes to codes, we're a municipality. And this municipality does not follow codes. But thank you for the information you just gave.
Tried to give you some information, that's all.
We're still discussing the amendment. Any other questions?
Tiffany Castellucci, Trant, 419 South Pabusick. How many other bids have been placed on this
We're
project?
legally obligated to submit receive 3 bids.
You've received 3 bids so far? And how many other extra pieces have not been added into that number, such as, I don't know, landscaping, office furniture, stuff of that nature?
I believe that's all factored into the cost. Yeah, it's all factored into that number.
Okay, I was just rewatching a meeting you had in January, and somebody had brought up that in the past, there have been buildings that you've built, in the price tag on furnishing these buildings were over $400,000, close to 5.
Yep. Yeah, that is built into the proposal.
Okay,
for
because when we
variance.
saw the specs, we didn't see that, and we didn't see the landscaping aspect of it in there, or any of that stuff. So that's why the question's being asked. Fair enough.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this amendment? Seeing none, we're voting again. All in favor of dropping the number to 4.8 million, raise your cards. Thank you. All those opposed? I think that one passed. We are now discussing Article 2 with a dollar figure of $4.8 million.
Dennis King, 9 Usher Lane. I would propose to make that $0 as opposed to the 4.8 or 6.9. And I want to speak to that a little bit. I've been...
Do we have a second?
Oh, yeah. Anybody?
Your name, please? Could we please refrain screaming? Thank you.
Do we get the second?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
You have now discussed your
discuss the
proposal, an amendment. Thank you.
For as long time as I can remember, Marge Jaffrey was in there, and I never heard Marge ever complain about the superintendent's office. It's interesting that now that we finally paid off the bond of the school that, in my opinion, we didn't need, enrollment's down 27%. We paid off the bond, and I got to wonder, like, well, gee, if we have less students, if we built this building that we really didn't need in the first place because we wanted kindergarten, why, well, some people wanted it. I like paying for it, but that's another side. Why couldn't they use a couple of the office, like create office spaces in the middle school or some other facility that, especially the middle school is brand new, 26 million. I mean, there's probably some nice places there they could use. I don't see the need. I think this is just a monument. Everybody wants to get their own office. We got hit really bad last year with tax increase. Where I am, there's an awful lot of people on fixed incomes. This comes right out of their medicine budget, what they have to pay. We don't need a monument to the administrative staff. And I'll finish with I'm so old, I remember, they used to have a thing called HEW, Health, Education, and Welfare. And when the Department of Education got its own department, expanding, it's always expanding. And once you get it, you never get rid of it. There was a study done a couple of years after that, and they studied to find out how efficient, because that was what was sold. They were sold on a bill of good, how efficient it would be to have a Department of Education as its own department. Well, they discovered that for every dollar the local municipality sends to Washington, they get 30 cents back. 70 cents of every dollar was taken by two people. One, the people locally who have to beg for the money back and write grants to please give me my money back, and the people in Washington who picked the winners and losers, who was going to get that money. It's a really horrible system, I think, and that was 30 years ago. With the K Street lobbyists, it's got to be worse now. I don't think we need more administrators. I think that, and I'm talking from the hospital administrator, so I know what I'm talking about. I would propose we vote for this $0 amendment. Thank you.
We are now discussing or asking questions on going to zero.
Thank you. Again, Rosemary Runk, 21 Ministerial Drive. I'm opposed to the amendment bringing the article down to zero because it doesn't give the voters a choice. They will have every right now to take that $4.8 million bond and vote no, and then that is zero. But this amendment takes all choice away from the voters, and I don't think that is in service of our community or our school district, so I am opposed to this amendment.
Ashley Tenhave, 75 Shelburne Road. I am in favor of this amendment because at this time we don't know what the fire department has said about the previous buildings. We don't know that they're not usable. We don't know that they're not able to be made ADA compliant. Looking at the specs that were sent out, granite curbing is not a necessity for any of these superintendent buildings. You don't need something special and something that costs that much money to make a superintendent building that will be used for offices look nice. The conference room that you guys were originally going to be put in, it was mentioned that it was about the same size as the town hall. The town hall can only hold 82 people. Why do we need another room that is open to the public that can only hold 82 people. You can already use the town hall when there isn't meetings. All you have to do is ask. I also don't see the need for every single person to have their own office. You go to anywhere else, nobody has their own office. Not every single person needs it. You have people that are working from home, and yet you're still going to give them an office in this building. Why? They're not going to be using it. It's not needed. You've got parents that are going into the schools to have the IEP meetings, the Title I meetings, all of that. That's working. It's been working for many years. My son went through all those programs. It works. There is no need for individual offices for every single person.
Max Abramson, 15 Jostin Drive. Just a point of order, unless statutes have been changed. If you, under RSA 32, Section 10, Part 1E, if a line item in a budget or a warrant article is set to 0, whether the voters pass it or not, if the voters vote for 0, that no means no, and without going to DRA, which is a big, expensive process, you can't change it. We could change the dollar amount to $1, and then if something does come up on this article, if something does come up over the course of the year, it would be possible, although difficult, but it would be possible for the school district to take funds, correct me if I'm wrong, take funds and move them around for a different purpose. It wouldn't be, you couldn't use it for, spending $1 on another building. You couldn't use it to buy a new building, but you could use it to, for example, lease space somewhere else. So it couldn't follow the exact purpose in the article. But if folks wanted to change the motion to change it to $1, that would be, I believe that would be in order.
Hi, Marie Berry, 50 Marty Drive. And I kind of feel like we've been thrown a little bit of a curve with the 4.8. And I'm wondering, before we vote April 9th, will there be like a plan shown to us, a floor plan and information about what offices will be there and so forth, and the breakdown of the cost? Similar to the paperwork that we've seen for the 6.9.
Yeah, we just received the number from our architects, and there wasn't time to draw it up. But yes, there would be a plan that was
understood.
Available.
Okay, because I'm just thinking we would need that to make a fair decision on April 9th.
Yeah, we would definitely make sure to make that available.
Okay, great, thanks.
Ryan Rothaus, 22 Severance Bridge Road. I'd just like to ask that we be able to watch the 7-minute video to see the conditions of the current SAU offices.
I need to get through this amendment before there's another question asked so let's get this answered.
I feel like as part of the amendment that somebody's trying to make, people don't understand the current conditions.
Once we have this question voted on and we're back to the original article, then you can come up and make that request.
It doesn't affect this article, though, where we're trying to make it $0, and the conditions are one of the big parts of seeing the current SAU.
Okay. You voted before about limiting things to 3 minutes. We have a request to present a 7-minute video. How many people want to see the 7-minute video?
7 minutes, guys.
Please. Thank you. Hand down. How many people do not? Okay.
Can we get a count?
Are we prepared to see the 7-minute video?
Yes. Getting my steps in.
I hate doing that. I don't like having two questions out at once.
Yeah. All right. So in front of you, you see the green building. This is currently where the superintendent and assistant superintendents and human resources are located. We are currently walking into the main office, which is the workspace for district administrative assistants. As you can see, there is the first door, and then there's a second entryway, which offers minimal security, but there is a second entryway there. This door right here is the meeting and conference room for the superintendent. It is a kitchen. The kitchen currently serves as the district conference room. Any new teacher or employee applying for a position in Merrimack meets in this space. This room is not soundproofed, and it provides no confidentiality. That rear exit that you just saw is the only other point of exit on that main floor that you see. This building is non-ADA compliant. Wheelchairs are not able to move throughout hallways or go down the stairs. As you can see, this is the hallway right here. Superintendent's office and restrooms are down the hall. Our doorways, in order to be ADA compliant, need to be at least 32 inches wide. Ours are currently 27 to 30 inches. Downstairs provides narrow ground level windows, which is where we're walking down right now. Down here on the bottom floor, this is human resources and the human resources assistants. Those windows that you see up at the top there are a point of exit. There's small little emergency windows down there. Office spaces have been constructed in this basement area. This is the human resources officer's office right here. So when you're dealing with human resources issues that can sometimes be confrontational, it can sometimes be hostile. They are stuck there. There is nowhere to go in a moment of an emergency. Moving to the back of the building here, this is all of the district records. By the way, there is no sprinkler system in this building. All district records and files are held in these filing cabinets. Way in the back is a bulkhead. The door has been wrangled to the point where it has to be held closed in order for it to stay closed. There is a bulkhead out there which does not constitute a legal egress. Those are the windows that I had mentioned earlier. As I had said, basement is currently housing all district records going back years. There is no sprinkler system, and instances of mold have been discovered underneath the wallpaper. That has since been taken care of in that building. We go across the street to the blue building, otherwise known as the Student Services Building, which again is a 3-bedroom house built in 1962. There is no security. You walk right in. The step to get up into the Student Services office is not ADA compliant, so wheelchairs cannot enter this building. Currently offers minimum, I already said that. Hallways and doorways do not meet ADA. I already said that too. This is the meeting space for student services. Appliances are from the 70s too, I think. This is the office for the student services coordinator. Years of moisture damage have caused instances of mold and deterioration. You're going to see some images of that in a moment. There's wallpaper peeling off the walls. So this is the workspace for student services in the back here. Again, kind of a workable space. That's the rear exit to the building. Goes out the back door. Again, no sprinkler system. We now approach the basement, which is closed off, and people are prohibited from entering there unless they are wearing a mask due to the mold issues that are down there. There is a noticeable odor that permeates that space. There was flooding that occurred 5 years ago due to torrential rain. That damage is still present. As you can see, the space is not utilized due to the danger it is to work down there. It is held, mostly used for storage at this point. You can see right there. You can't really see it because of the lighting, but there's no ceiling tiles there. That's all open, mold dripping down. There is a dehumidifier that runs, an industrial dehumidifier that runs in this room 24/7. Which is a cost to the district. That is the rear exit in the basement down there. So anytime our administrative team needs to meet with their leadership team, which consists of superintendents, principals, vice principals, coordinators, which is about 20-something people, they have one space to meet, which is the high school conference room, assuming it's not currently being used. The town hall has been very gracious to let us use that space for school board meetings. It is booked pretty much every night of the week. During the school day, transportation to get to that building we'd have to pay mileage, we'd have to pay time for those employees in order to make that drive over. It's easy for the high school and the middle school, but or folks from the middle school, Thornton's Ferry, Reed's Ferry, that would be a drive, and we would have to compensate them for that. And I believe this is us leaving the building. Thank you. Oh, and there's the door. Rear exit. That one does meet ADA requirements. Thank you.
Thank you.
Back in order?
Okay, so we are still discussing the amendment to lower the dollar value to zero.
That is correct. There were three comments. One was the presentation we just saw, so I'd like to address those three issues. One was changing the $0 to $1. Well, you know, in the law, there's a thing called constructive notice. The town's giving you constructive notice. If they vote today to put it to 0, the school board knows they don't want this proposed project. So it would really be a height of hubris to actually go forward. And to address that, there is I believe it's $174,000 in the proposed budget that would be superfluous if we basically propose this amendment, so that when that budget comes through, that will be also an amendment to reduce the amounts, because we're not going to be spending it if that's been zeroed out. That's the first issue. The second issue was about how democracy works. And it's interesting that we're being told, oh, let the voters decide. Well, we're here. We're the voters. This is called deliberative session. As part of deliberative session, our laws allow us to modify warrant articles going forward. That's the process. All the other voters who were there to vote had the chance to be here today. So I find it objectionable to suggest that, well, if we vote to put this out at $0, that somehow we're destroying democracy. That's how our democracy was set up. And finally, the presentation, a little more than 7 minutes, but I'll let you give some. You know, I understand about ANSI standards. I used to be a hospital administrator. I understand about compliance. What really boggles my mind is that with enrollment down 27%, we've got that middle school that we just paid off. It just seems to me, well, it's all ANSI standards. It was built after the ANSI came in the late 1970s. That school was built way after that. It's all handicapped accessible. Seems to me that would be a logical place to build this thing. And if had you come with a proposal saying we want to modify some districts and maybe it's going to cost us 1.5 because it's an existing building, you might have had a better response. But after we got whacked with the taxes last year, I don't think people are really in any mood to kind of go forward. I don't think you did your homework on this. Thank you.
Hello, Carrie Hayes, 16 Four Seasons Lane. Please let me know if my comments are out of order because this is my first time, so I just wanted to comment on the conditions of the video. I'm sure you will, but thank you. So it's no question that the conditions that you have right now are not acceptable, right? And there are different reasons why. I understand you need a bigger conference room to accommodate your meetings and obviously the ADA and all that. However, with this report being outstanding for 2 to 3 months, we don't really know what is going into that. I don't know if there's anything online with regard to the evidence of the mold and who did that testing, because to me, if there was actual mold there, I would imagine that the Department of Health and Safety would not have you working in those conditions and you wouldn't be allowed to work there. So I was just wondering where the report is that is unacceptable.
All that report.
Okay, so that has the evidence and who tested it and who says it's, like whether it's black mold or this or that and you shouldn't be working in there? Mm-hmm. Okay. But I would personally like to see that report come back. I don't know if it's supposed to wrap up the next month or two, but before a vote is put forth, and especially with dollars and that all at stake, I think it would be helpful for everybody to be able to see the results of that report and then what may be able to be modified and acceptable as far as the dollar amount. Thank you.
Do you have your card?
Nope, I did not bring my card. It's on my seat. Do I need to go back and get it?
Yes.
Someone.
Is someone who sat next to me, could they raise my card? Thank you. That's my card.
Okay.
All right, Nafisa Hannity, 21 Greatstone Drive. I think that everyone here has actually brought up some really good points. This is my first meeting. I've never been to one before. I moved to Merrimack 3 years ago, and I do think it's important to have adequate buildings. I think the video showed that there are things that do need to be addressed. I think what's missing, though, is maybe a little bit more transparency in what the $4.8 million plan is proposing, and maybe considerations or a discussion of considerations of maybe other locations that could be, I mean, these points have been brought up, other locations that could be used. I don't think it's reasonable to bring it down to $0. I do think that that just completely wipes the choice off the table, where clearly some sort of money needs to be put towards relocating or rebuilding something. I do share the concerns of the gentleman who brought up that you went from, I mean, you've reduced it by $2 million. That's a lot. And I do think that brings up a concern of like, is that really feasible? And I think just some more transparency about like, well, what does that look like? We went from here to here, and what does that mean? I think the thoughts that were brought up by the woman about, do you all need your own offices? It's valid. I mean, where people work today, there's lots of shared spaces. Maybe there are some offices that do need to be by themselves, but maybe you don't need that many. Again, I don't even know what's being proposed. So it's kind of hard to say, yeah, I'm really for this, or no, I'm really against this, because I'm not too clear on it. So I think a little bit more transparency would help with all of the points, which I think are pretty valid concerns.
Evan Fulmer, 5A Woodbury. I've been here for about 30 years. The superintendent's office has yet to be taken care of. I say call the question.
There are still people wishing to talk behind you that have not spoken, so I will not be calling the question at this time.
Nick Lund, 9 Sharon Ave in Merrimack. couple questions on the video. You addressed the water damage in the basement as a prior leak. What is the cause of the moisture up on the main level? Is it due to lack of air conditioning or some other reason?
You want to take that one, Matt?
Currently, as far as moisture on the main level, we have people working in there. There's no masks needed. On the main levels, there is no issue. Where the superintendent's office is, even in the basement, there was really, and you can see the air quality reports. They're on the website. If you look at the feasibility of, there's a link on the front page. We have to be mindful of watching for continued mold, but it was remediated back in the day when we first found it. We just have to be careful of it, especially in the SPED building. But in the SAU, we are okay as far as mold. There was a little section of the wall where accounts payable is that did get damp, and that's been cleaned up. So the SAU office is safe for people. It's just you've got a lot of people packed in there. There's issues with confidentiality, and there's issues with the entire human resource department being in the basement because that's where they fit, and people who come in who have any kind of disability having to go down those stairs to see HR. So that's one of the big issues we have.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
So, I question though the humidity. What's the cause of it up in the top though? Is it just lack of air conditioning? Because
well, we have an air conditioning unit up there, and we have window shakers in the special ed building. Okay. So yeah, more than likely, yes, I would say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because why is it okay for our students to not have air conditioning in the class if you guys have problems with the SAU building? My wife and I literally had to buy a portable air conditioner for our daughter's class last year because it was so bad. And if that's the cause in the SAU building, I don't find that it's acceptable for you to move based on mold, which can be remediated. Air conditioning can be added, which it should be in all the schools anyway, and whatnot.
So I can speak to that a little bit. The age of our buildings, when you go into the ceilings, there's no room for air conditioning ductwork in those ceilings, this building right here, because of when they were built. The specs were different back then, and therefore there's no room for it. So that's why
there's always an option.
Please refrain from screaming comments.
I think there has been conversation about mini splits.
Yeah, if I could elaborate.
Yeah.
We have been on a program to add mini split systems in the schools. In this year's operating budget, I think I'm not looking at it right now, but I think there's a couple $100,000 in the operating budget in the maintenance section for some mini split systems. The kind of Mitsubishi splits that you see in the classrooms. There's no room for duct work because there's not enough room between the ceiling tiles and the joists because, you look at J. Muse. It was built in '48. It had an addition in 1953. It had an addition in 1956. It had an addition in 1968. All of the buildings we have at least 7 additions over the course of the years since they've been built, including Reed's Ferry Elementary School, which was built in the 70s, Pat, I would say, in the 1970s, and Thornton's Ferry, which was built at the same time. Okay. So it's just a challenge, but there are mini splits to go in classrooms, and we're trying to parse those in along the way as we have funding for them.
Sure. I just took a problem with the indoor air quality when I'm sure it's in our schools as well. The other question I had is it seems like there's a lot of scare tactics kind of going on with the lack of security going right up to the building. Why can't we add locks? You mentioned that they could just walk right in. Why not lock the door?
Well, you can lock the door. Sometimes in certain situations, that door is not a reinforced door. That's the issue. So go ahead, Lori.
If you look at the HR building downstairs, it's a small little bedroom. So if the HR director had to let someone go, there's no escape, there's no place, plus there's no confidentiality. So those are all things that when we're talking about, why we're afraid that there's not those, places to escape or get out.
Okay, and last question I had, I went to school up north.
Yeah, you've...
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Patrick McGrath, 7 Peter Road. I'm not going to support this motion. I do want to address some of the comments that were made about the new middle school that was built a number of years ago, and the question as to, can we trust the Marinese numbers? The new middle school was built mainly because we could not deliver the curriculum designed by the state that should be done at a middle school level, particularly in science. I was on the school board for 6 years. I worked this project. That building is the first building in this state of any classroom that was designed from the standpoint of what will it cost to implement a proper curriculum. The company that did the architecture work is Frank Marinese. We chose him as a school district because the state of New Hampshire recognized Frank as their consultant. So if any town wanted to put up a building or an addition, their plans had to be approved by Frank Marinese. So we said as Merrimack, well, what the heck? We'll just hire Frank Marinese. And we got the state aid for that building. So Frank Marinese says this can be done for $4.8 million. Having worked with that gentleman and his firm 20 plus years ago, I can sleep well with those numbers. Thank you.
Wendy Thomas, Wildcat Falls. I have a clarification question. When my kids were little, some of them got services in the blue building. Do students currently receive services in that building, and will students receive any kind of services in the new building that's being proposed?
Okay. Bill Olson, Chief Education Officer. Students do not receive services in the blue building. And I'm sorry, I did not clearly hear the second part of your question.
Oh, the new buildings, is there any plan for space to have students receive services in the new building?
No, there will be no students receiving services in the proposed new building.
Okay, thank you very much.
Tiffany Castellucci, 419 South Babusick. How does this building impact the paras, the teachers, the students? What benefits do they get from this?
Well, it's a building that provides a central office function that supports all of our staff, and our staff support all of our students. Everything we do in that central office building is focused on our students through our staff members, whether it's finance, whether it's curriculum and instruction, whether it's human resources. We are doing essential functions in that building that support everything that goes on a daily basis in our school district.
And I would just add to that, the conference space, which we are lacking at the moment, is designed for professional development. So anytime there's new curriculum being introduced, new programs, new initiatives, we have a spot for training.
But isn't there other conference rooms in other schools that you could use?
Tiffany, the only
share that,
conference room
correct?
that we have.
It's at the high school, it's very small. I was going to say, we're a $93 million business, and we cannot accurately do business in those two buildings. And 10 years ago, we brought before the builder, the voters, a central office, and it lost by 59 votes. And at that point in time, everyone wanted to wait for the middle school bond because they felt that if we waited, that it would be better for the town of Merrimack, and that's why we waited. But if you look at the productivity in that office and you go and visit the little small bedrooms and people are trying to do work and you have to walk down a tiny hall to get to see the secretary, and then you can't let anyone that has a wheelchair into the building. It's just not adequate. And when I look at this town and all we've done to support education, I believe that it's time for this building.
So if this does pass at 0, does it mean that you guys will find alternate options that don't raise our taxes?
Tiffany, in answering that, we have been looking at space capacity of our schools. There is no school in this district that could house our central office function. And I say that not only looking at the present, but in the future, where the building department has provided us with the residential units that are being developed, have been and are being developed. There are about 1,300 units between apartments, condominiums, and residential units. Our enrollment is beginning to stabilize and slightly increase at the elementary level. So that does not bode well for our ability to occupy any space in any of our schools.
So then it would be no, there is no alternative to our taxes not being raised?
There is no alternative at the present time.
Thank you.
Have you spoken on this topic before?
No.
I believe you have. Can you let other people who have not spoken speak first and then come back again? We're trying to hear everyone. So he's in line. There are other people who haven't spoken yet, so I need to give them a voice. If you have not spoken, please come up. You can speak again, sir. Just wait for the other people to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Tim Groff, 29 Doll Road. So I have a couple of questions on the overall cost of the SAU building. My understanding is that in prior years, we've had a bond that's expiring, correct? Yeah. So within that bond footprint, what does the proposed SAU building cost due to our annual budget as we stand now, assuming $6.9 million?
That's a bad question.
If you want me to answer this, I can answer this. What we're looking at is the first payment is a half year's interest payment. You're talking about the 6.9, right, Tim?
Yes, if you go with the 6.9,
6.9,
what does that
yeah.
equal?
Year one's a half year's interest payment, 15-year bond, 3.25% increase, 3.25% interest rate. It's $174,000. That's around $21 on a $600,000 house. The next year is the highest year. It's $676,775. That's 14 cents a $100,000, 14 cents a thousand, or $82 on a $600,000 house. And then in the final year, it's around 9 cents a thousand, and that's $56 on a $600,000 house.
So
it
assuming
slides.
the first year, the 700K.
Yep.
When you're looking at the existing bond that's about to expire, how much was the existing bond?
$793,000.
Okay, so you're saying that if we elect to do at $6.9 million, the new SAU building, it will have a negative effect on the annual budget, whereas compared to the bond that's expiring, you're proposing that we pay a bond that's less than that, which means that there's no positive increase to the annual budget based off of this proposed SAU building.
If you're doing a comparative between the middle school bond, which the last payment was $793, and the highest year's payment on this, which is year two, which is $676, there would be a reduction. Yes, correct.
Just so I have that clear, so you're saying that compared to last year's annual budget, for this SAU building, assuming a comparable bond, we are actually reducing for the SAU building?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mike Wyan, 8 Fox Meadow Lane.
I'm sorry? Yes. Yes, but we have an amendment to drop it to 0. We are still discussing the topic. Because they had the numbers for that. So it's easy to, okay. He asked, well, okay.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
So my suggestion is each person should be able to have their say, right? So if someone wants to talk about an article, totally get it. Once you come up and say your piece on one particular article, that should be it. You shouldn't be able to get back in line 2, 3, 4 times. So my suggestion is that we have a vote. If you do it once, if you come up and talk on an article, you're not allowed to come back and talk again. That's my suggestion. Can I make a motion on that?
I am trying to implement that.
Okay.
Okay?
'Cause-
As you saw a few speakers ago. Okay? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robin Jamiola, 6 Parker Drive. We moved here about 5 years ago when my husband retired from the Navy, 22 years. We chose Merrimack, New Hampshire to retire to. We have 3 kids in the Merrimack School District, and we have had nothing but a positive experience. We bought our house right when the housing was going up. I am not opposed to paying more in taxes if I know it's going to benefit my kids. I feel that this school, I'm not saying that you guys don't need a new building. I mean, I wouldn't want to work in that condition. However, I feel like it's a big wish list that they're asking for. I'm looking at these mega mansions that they're building, and they're like $1 million. I wouldn't be opposed to supporting an administration building that was worth $2 million, but I can't support something that's $7 million when our kids don't have air conditioning, and our teachers who are supporting our kids while parents are working 3 jobs, and we're scrimping and saving, and I'm shopping at Aldi's, and I can't afford, I'm going to resale shops. And I just feel like it's fiscally irresponsible that we're paying all this money for upscale furniture and landscaping. And I just feel like there's places that you can cut back to scale that amount down. Thank you.
Nick Lund, 9 Sharon Ave. I'll keep this short because I know there's some contention about multiple people coming up. We're looking at a building that's roughly 11,000 square feet. Why do 24 people need 13,000 square feet at the cost of millions of dollars when we can use modular trailers?
May I say, I do have experience with modulars in a former district. They have a temporary shelf life. That's one concern. One of the big expenses associated with modulars also is the hookup of utilities. There's no decrease in that compared to the permanent facility. But modulars are soft material. They're not wood constructed, they're not brick and mortar like our school buildings. They do tend to deteriorate. If you're looking at a long-run solution, I don't think you want to look at modulars.
Everything's going to have a shelf life, whether it's brick and mortar or wood, anything. Now, you also mentioned that there's going to be hookups. It's still going to be cheaper than $6 million, $5 million, correct?
We don't have an exact cost on a modular facility, but for the most part, modular facilities do tend to be less expensive than stick-built. Most of them are pre-built in factory sites and controlled conditions, and they do tend to be, because they're all soft materials that are subject to wear and tear. The one thing that you want to be extraordinarily careful about with modulars is that the integrity of the roof is maintained at all times, because once you get water intrusion, then you're in some trouble with respect to the deterioration of the interior. But they are It is, in all honesty, a less expensive than a stick-built or a brick-and-mortar facility.
Would it be fair to say it would be cheaper in the long run to replace it in 30 years if you needed to than build a $6 million building?
And I have to apologize. I am hearing impaired, and so I have, if you come to the microphone, if you could be as clear and as loud as possible, because I'm having trouble hearing you, and I greatly apologize. So if you wouldn't mind restating that?
Yeah, sure. Now, would you think it's fair to say that if you had to replace that modular trailer again in, say, 20 or 30 years, it would still be cheaper than paying for a $5 million plus building?
Hard to say. I wouldn't want to speculate on that and provide you with false information. I don't know.
Thank you.
Okay.
I've already gone back once. It is my turn.
Thank you.
Corinne Royer, 23 McElwain Street.
Please refrain.
I fully support the rebuilding, fixing, whatever we need to do. The conditions are horrible there. However, to say that professional development will be done in that building, I highly disagree with you. When professional development is done for staff in the buildings, it is done on days that there are no students, which means they have the entire school to do their trainings. Working at a school district, I have never been in the superintendent's office to do any trainings. I do not know that Merrimack has ever done it anywhere other than the school that they work in, or bigger buildings such as the high school. I just don't feel like that was a good example of what we need this building for. The conditions are horrible. We do need new building.
So just to clarify, I was referring to the professional development for district leadership, not teachers and staff. So like vice principals.
Just the people that are in, just vice principals?
Not just vice principals, but administration, district administration.
Okay, so just the admins in the district will be able to use that building for trainings.
Yeah, please.
May I clarify also, because I have a lot of experience over many years with a conference room of that size and the utilization. There are very, very many professional development sessions for teachers that are not held during the day, but that are held after school. There are courses that are run for teachers in collaboration with local colleges or universities that can be run, that we have run in my former district. One of the important features also is conducting tabletop exercises with public safety officials, the police and fire department, with our administrators. We have in the past conducted various scenarios of school emergencies that have been extraordinarily important. So it is one of the most heavily utilized spaces in a school district, because believe me, I've got many, many years of experience using that, and one of the most valuable spaces we could have.
Could I ask you, how many trainings have been done after school hours in this school year for Merrimack School District?
Most of the trainings in terms of curriculum, in terms of committees with literacy or mathematics or science, there are a number of trainings that have taken place after school. Okay. And you know, it's kind of catch as catch can. It all depends on the size of the population of staff members. The problem is we don't have one single space that we can go to. Even with our leadership team, we have our biweekly meetings at the high school conference room, and we're jammed in there. We have no ability to have any professional development that involves others coming in from the outside and doing presentations and simulations with us.
Once again, there are no students in the school after hours. We got a lot of kids here. We got a lot of people in here right now. Oh, he talked half my time. Thank you for your time.
Okay, hold on a second here. So the 3-minute rule does not involve when the question is being answered up here. Okay? So someone asks a question, it gets answered. I'm not going to penalize the person asking the question if the answer is 2 minutes. Okay? and the other statement about people getting up in line multiple times, I would very much appreciate it if you did make a statement not getting back in line. However, I realize questions are asked when other questions are asked that people might want to get back in line and discuss. So that's why I am not restricting people from getting back in line and asking a question again. Thank you. Norm. Sorry. Yep.
Lunwoods, 2 Harbor Street, Merrimack. What's the question in front of the body?
$0 amount. Amendment 2, $0.
I call the question.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you allowing us to ask second questions. Is that all right? Or?
Okay. We are still discussing, even though it is a $0 amount, Article 2. So I am going to allow the discussion to continue.
Yeah,
I
he said
understand.
that we could stay in line and ask a question if the issues were still unclear.
Okay. I'm sorry, we need your name again.
I thought everybody had spoken. I can get out of line and come back if need.
Okay.
Can I just, let's just make this efficient and expedient.
All right.
So,
all right, hold on. Yes, I am at this point going to, as I do not see anyone, is there anyone in that line that has not been up and spoken to Article 2, whether it be at the 0 amount or not? Please come up.
Hello, my name is Thea. I'm from 2 Charles Road here in Merrimack. Thea what? And
Your last name? I'm sorry.
Knust, K-N-U-S-T.
Thank you.
Sure. Sorry, I'm too short. Yeah. So I just have a hard time on how we went from a budget of 9.6 immediately down to 4.8, and then straight down to 0. It's pretty clear that you need a new building. I'm a realtor, and those circumstances are not sustainable, especially with how our town is growing. So I'm for something to correct the problem and the issue and give you more space. But I still think that we're just a little over budget or over a reasonable amount that the body seems to agree with. So if there's a number somewhere in between 0 and 4.8, I would be in agreement with that. Should I propose a number?
Not right now, no.
Okay.
No.
Not enough. Rebecca Statz, 11 Bradford Drive. I wanted to say that the conditions in the buildings are terrible. They are not conducive to efficiently working. That is pretty much understood for anyone who sees the video. The issue that most people have, and I speak for myself, but I think I speak for a large majority, is the bottom line. There are so many other issues that need to be addressed that perhaps taking a half step, taking a temporary measure, not getting exactly what you want in all of the things, but something that will satisfy both parties is what we're looking for. I also had a question. In this digital age where digital communication is so much less expensive, so much easier to store, is it federally mandated or something to have the district's records in paper in file cabinets? And also, to follow that, why do we not have more use of Zoom for meetings and things with people coming in instead of the mileage and coming in? Why are we not making use of the technology that it seems a large portion of the world is making use of? Why are we not doing that in Merrimack, please?
May I just say that we are digitizing our records. We do realize that we need to get away from paper to the greatest extent possible. We do certainly, and one of the things that we learned from COVID is that some meetings can be conducted effectively virtually. However, there are meetings where we'd like to have a lot of interaction with each other, for which Zoom is not particularly effective.
Yes, please. No.
Sorry. Having just gone through the NEASC accreditation process at the school that I work, the DOE does require you to keep paper records for up to 10 years. In addition to digital records, you have to show evidence that you have those records on file. So it's not just about digitizing the old records, it is a matter of requirement by DOE to have those 10 years of paper records in a safe place.
Thank you.
I'll be brief. Am I allowed to speak yet? No?
I believe instead we are going to be calling the question right now, okay?
You're calling the question? I'm sorry, I'm unclear as to what's happening.
There is an amendment that we are now going to be voting on. It is... No, Dennis, no. We are calling the question. It is, so...
We're done?
Have a seat. We're done discussing the $0 right now, okay? The amendment we have in front of us is to drop Article 2 to a $0. All those in favor? Thank you. Cards down. All those opposed? The motion fails. We are now back to discussing Article 2 at a dollar value of $4.8 million.
Paul McCallie, 17 Mallard Point Road. Question for the school. Since we lowered it from 6.9 to 4.8, what's the new interest in the first year?
If I could jump on that one, Paul. 120,000.
So roughly $52,000?
50, yeah, correct, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to change the interest threshold to what Matt said.
Yep.
I am unclear what that means.
When you do a bond issue, you have to put the first year of interest in the bond. The first year of bond interest was $174,000 at $6.9 million. Now that they changed the bond to 4.8, that number goes down to
$120,000 even, Paul.
$120,000. So that number would be $120,000, which is a $54,000 decrease.
Okay. So everyone is clear. If you read through the amendment, there is a dollar figure buried in there of $174,000. The amendment, if I have a second, is to drop that to $120,000.
Okay, Ellen, got it.
We have a second.
I don't think there's any discussion needed. It's just to keep it in line with the $4.8 million bond that's going on the warrant.
Okay.
Thank you, Paul.
Is there any other discussion about the modification to that number, which apparently brings it in line with a $4.8 million number?
Just trying to keep Robert's rules here.
Microphone.
You don't do Robert's rules? Thank you.
No, we don't, Dennis.
That would explain why I wasn't able to speak to my article for the final
Your point,
time.
sir.
Anyway, we're addressing Article 2. Now, as I understand it, I don't disagree with reducing it, but I just think in terms of time and place, when we get to, what is it?
We're talking Article
8?
2.
Right. Well, Article 2 doesn't address the money that you're going to take from Article 8, which is the school.
We're discussing Article 2.
Well, I understand. I'm just basically saying I agree with it, but I don't think it should be voted on at this time. You need to wait till you get to that total school budget, and then I agree. It totally makes logical sense.
It's
Thank
not
you.
in the total. It's
Mr.
not in the
Moderator.
total school budget.
Mr. Moderator, I think that it might clarify things, and maybe I'm
Go ahead.
wrong.
Yep.
But we gave everyone the total budget impact over the 15 years for the 6.9 million. But I don't know that the people here have seen the impact for the $4.8 million proposal and how that's going to be laid out. Am I wrong?
If you'd like me to go over that, I
Yeah,
can.
I feel like that would be helpful, yes? Okay. And the tax impact as well.
Hold on a second. Yes, should we handle this motion first? Is everyone?
I do
okay.
think it relates to the motion only because
Yes.
because the first year will have that new number in there automatically when
Okay.
we see it.
Okay. Yes, that's the motion, yes. Okay, so any other discussion on this amendment?
Richard Hendricks, 6 Dray Coach Court. I am the chair of the Planning and Building Committee. I first have to say I agree with Mr. Rothaus about the insult of limiting the discussion to 3 minutes. I personally have worked 16 years on this project, and many people in my committee, Lori included, have spent that kind of time. Hundreds of hours were devoted to getting us to this point. People do come here to be informed. They don't rely on social media for the opinions and sometimes the misinformation. So congratulations for coming here and getting the facts. And good luck explaining the $93 million budget in 3 minutes. I just want to, and I will make this quick. Later on, we're going to be discussing the budgets for the support staff, and it seems to be kind of favorable. Please keep in mind that it's not just a building, it's the people in those buildings, and those are the support staff. It's a fair question, so what's it going to do for my kids' SAT scores? You kind of forgot the point. These are the people working in those kind of conditions. These are the people you don't see. These are the people behind the curtain. These are the people that answer your questions, whether it be about teachers, administrators, the conditions of the building. They're there. By the way, there's some wrong reason for having an office building air conditioned. These people do not have 2 months off a year in the summer. They are working 12 months a year. The second thing is, this isn't the sexy part of it. We run a business, and this is part of the business. Just in my discussions with past administrators, this has not been put forward because administrators have put other projects that are specifically for the students in front of this. So it's not that they've been blind and, oh, we only talk about this, and what's in it for the students. The catch-22 is why you're here and you're upset tonight, and it's understandable, because as good intentions as she made in this case, it delayed this, and it keeps delaying it. And every time somebody delays it, it's going to increase the cost. It's kind of like very, very intelligent, well-meaning people got into this bond debt thing. Oh, we can't increase the bond debt. Oh, good companies know how to manage debt. So they rejected a $4.2 million building because, well, we have debt. We got to wait 5 or 6 years. And here we are tonight. That's why it got to $6.9 million. It's not a grandiose building. And by the way, the landscaping consists of grass. So I don't know what you think we're planting on this thing. So please, it's more than a building. They are horrible. There's no editing. I think we had Saturday, we had people to come in and look at it, and I hope you did. I appreciate everybody coming out. This has been kicked down the street for years. I congratulate this board for having the guts to stand up, take the criticisms, but sitting down and saying, we have to do something for these people. Thank you.
Hey, Gary Krupp, 4 Ministerial Drive. I just have a couple of questions. First was on the video. Ken, what year was that video recorded?
We got that video from Rich, who just walked away. Rich, when did we make that video? Was that this year?
A couple of months ago?
October.
It's October.
So that's current video.
Yeah.
And then second question was, if you changed the requirements and it got you down to another 4.8 million, I think is the number, does that mean that all the bidders, the 3 bidders, all got to make a new bid? Or was this just the winning bidder that got to submit a revised bid?
I believe, Matt?
Yeah, Gary, could you say that one more time?
Yeah, so you changed the requirements and you got a lower number. I'm asking, did all 3 or more bidders that you had in the original bid get a chance to rebid? Or was this...
Not all 3. We have one that has, we have 2 that haven't. I'm looking at a diagram in front of me that decreases the size of the building from like 11,000 square feet to around 8,200 square feet. But we want to work with that to see if we can move some stuff around and kind of reconfigure it in order to get more for our bang for our buck. So I'm looking at a plan that we had in the past.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Could
Hold on, Chris.
I finish?
This is still...
You announced that we were calling the question, and everybody pretty much agreed.
We
You
called
continue
that
to take
question.
interest.
We called that question. That was the 0. It failed.
So essentially, I've got 2 other bidders who have not bid on this. I have one who has bid on it, and we're kind of confident in that number, but
Yeah,
it's a
so-
smaller configuration.
I'll just
Mr.
make this
Crowe.
short. So Matt, the follow-up is this. So if this were to pass, this doesn't preclude you from going and getting 3 bids again
Oh,
when you
hell-
actually go to execute the project,
100%.
right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay,
Amy
thank
said no swearing because I almost slipped. No, the answer is no.
I would like to just have this be addressing the $120,000 wording change.
At this point, you're
At
going to
this point,
change
I
the
would- I
rules of
would-
the game?
No, I'm not changing the rules. We are discussing an amendment to change
All the
to
other
120.
questions were not focused around the interest part of the warrant article, but now you're going to do that?
You have a chance to come back in a second once we address this. Is there any other comments about the $120,000 change? All those in favor of changing the $174,000 figure in the article to $120,000?
There we go.
All right. All those opposed? Motion passes. We are now discussing the amended article for $4.8 million with a $120,000 change there. Sorry, Andy, I'm just trying to
Andy,
clean things up.
115 Mountain View Drive. How many square feet was the original $6.9 million building?
11,000.
How many
11,000.
square feet is the $4.8 million
The
building?
drawing that I have in front of me, this is one of the advantages of being here for 24 years. You can just get history
Can
right
you
in front of you.
answer the question? How many square?
Yes, of course, sir. I will do that. Yeah. I was just trying to bring a little levity into things, and I apologize
Yeah.
for doing that. I'm looking at around 8,200 square feet, but we want to see what we can get a little bit more out of that by
So-
having other people bid on
I
it.
guess my question is, why is the school district asking for 11,000 square feet when now they only need 8,000 square feet? I mean, why did we go to the public and ask for 6.9 million when we really didn't need 6.9 million? We only needed 4.8 million.
The answer is because we've listened to the feedback. We've listened to the feedback. We've heard what people are saying, and we've adjusted. And that's what I think is expected of people you elect.
So, while I agree with that, Ms. Rothaus, please.
And I was going to say, you know, we really have tried to be very transparent, and a lot of times, like with the DPW garage, it didn't pass the first time. we were thinking we can't afford for this not to pass. So after listening to social media, listening to our constituents, but it's not, you know, if you watch the school board meetings, and I talked about, you know, my dad was on the school board when they built Reed's Ferry and Thornton's Ferry School. Thornton's Ferry School did not have enough students. They had to bus students, but it was being a visionary for the future. And that's what we were really trying to do, you know, give us everything we needed in this one build, because if you look at the high school cafeteria, it wasn't big enough. And so then we had to put another addition on, and it cost us 5 times the amount. So that's why we came to the table with what we really wanted. And then we had to come back to the table just this week or a week ago and say, all right, the voters are telling us it's too big. We've got to come back and make some choices that we're maybe not happy with, but it's the best thing for us to get it passed.
And I appreciate that, but you know, as it was said earlier tonight, it's a little disrespectful to limit the presentation to 3 minutes, and I agreed with that, and I voted against it. But I think it's equally disrespectful to wait until we come to the deliberative session, and then the school board itself change the number at the 11th hour. And I personally, I don't know that this is well thought out. I think if we went through the entire process saying we need 11,000 square feet, only to get here tonight and find out, well, we didn't need 11,000 square feet, we only needed 8,000. Gotcha. I just think that's equally disrespectful to the voter base, because everybody out here in the audience has been focused on 6.9 million and 11,000 square feet for the past 3 months. Ever since we heard about this was coming to the ballot. And then tonight, we changed the goalpost. Matt, I apologize. I shouldn't have done that. Thank you.
May I make a comment? What I think would be more disrespectful is sticking our feet in the mud and saying we are not willing to adjust based on the feedback that we've heard from our community. I think that's more disrespectful. Now, can we give them the numbers? I think they can't vote on this unless they have the numbers for the new central office budget impact.
So again, these are the numbers for interest if the article goes to 4.8 million.
Okay. Am I up, Jenna? Okay, thank you. All right. I'm still awake here, so that's good. Okay, so $4.8 million bond, 15 years, 3.25% increase. This is from the New Hampshire Municipal Bond Bank. I don't make this stuff up. I run a bond schedule. I get Tammy St. Gelinas as a director to do this for me. So I'll answer it real quick. What it does is first year is $120,000. Subsequent years are around $470,000. It saves you around $200,000 a year. So you're looking at around $56 for a $500,000 house over 15 years. It goes from 0.09 cents a thousand for year 1 to 0.07 in year 15. So overall, with interest, there's a savings of $2,666,000.
And what is the tax impact for the year 24-25? Did you say that and I missed it?
No, it's, hold on, I gotta get in my computer because I've got it.
Sorry, I asked a hard question.
Yeah, it's $12. Thank you. Amy,
$12 on a $600,000 house?
$500,000 house, $12.
So $12 a year for a $500,000 house.
Year 1 interest payment.
Year 1 interest payment. What would the next year be? Do we know?
That would be.
Sorry, I'm asking hard questions.
$47.
$47 on a $500,000 house.
Yep.
And that's the most expensive year of the bond.
The 56 was on a
and I assume that we will make all of these public. I mean, we'll publish this chart.
Okay,
Yes.
so we're good with that? Thank you. Are there any other questions on Article 2 as it has been amended?
Sarah Hunter, 15 Mountain View Drive. I just have a quick question. Is there a reason why we couldn't change the bond to a 25 or a 30-year bond?
Is the term of the bond in the Warren article? I don't believe it is it? No.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Is it?
15 year.
Yeah.
15 year? So I'd have to defer to legal counsel. I am not sure.
Just because that would really spread it out, and it's not like we're not going to still be using the building in 30 years, and it would make the tax, impact even less, so.
Are we changing the we're not changing the purpose of this, we're changing. 15 years versus 20?
It actually,
I'm not an attorney, I'm thinking it's good.
it doesn't have
see it in the
15
term.
years
I don't see
in
the
the
term
warrant
in here.
article.
Yeah, the term
Okay.
isn't in the article.
That's what I thought.
Sorry, I'm looking at the amended
not.
version that we had typed
The
out.
term of the bond is not in the warrant article, so we can make it 25 years if the board chooses to do so.
I just think that would, help a little bit, right, with the.
Absolutely. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Tim, 10A5 Windy Hollow Circle. I have to agree with the previous speaker. Confidence is lost here. I had respect for 6.9. Not sure where we are with 4.8. A drawing in front of one person, we only have one bid, we're looking at other bids, we're making adjustments. I can't anywhere go find the drawing that he has to see exactly what I'd be voting on. I think we're ill-prepared. I admire you trying to make a change, but in my opinion, this needs to be matured, needs to be thought out further, and we need to have some more bids in order for us to go on. I would never be able to be allowed to do this in my business, and we deal with tens of millions of dollars, okay? This is just not appropriate right now. I wish you would just withdraw the whole thing or go back to the original that we at least has been vetted through, because this is not ready yet for us. Try again next year.
Marie Berry, 50 Marty Drive. As to the comment previous about extending the term of the bond, I don't think that would be really a wise choice because you'd be paying more years of interest, so the project would then cost more total. And the other thing is, during that 20 or 25-year period that we might extend it, something else might come up that we need to bond. And I think that whatever is decided, the 15-year period should be the appropriate period. Thank you.
Hi, Lindsay Knott, 77A Wire Road. How is the size of this building going to affect parking at the high school, which is already a disaster? We have students that drive to school that are basically parking at the skate park and walking in every morning. Like, these are kids that pay $50 a year to park in the lot, and they can't park in the lot.
Please, everyone quiet.
So I'm just curious, whether it's 11,000 or 8,000 or whatever it is, how is it going to affect the availability of parking that we already don't have?
So the school planning and building committee has been working on student parking, and this building would be where the old red building is, and when the blue building comes down, there will be more parking, and there's a whole plan for that area.
Okay, are you going to be able to post any of that? Because we have to think about the highway expansion as well. We're already pretty close to the highway at the high school, and,
Yeah,
you can see what they're doing on Back River Road. Like, it's real tight to those housing, and,
yes.
I don't think it's fair that, I understand kids have to pay for parking, but I don't think it's fair that they're paying $50 a year and they're basically parking at the skate park. So parking is a real issue, and I think you really need to take that into consideration.
Yes, so
Simmer down,
8,000
everyone.
square feet is a lot bigger than the red building and the blue building that you're going to tear down.
So the school planning and building committee, all of their meetings, minutes of their meetings online, and they discuss parking all the time and how to improve the parking around the high school.
The drawing for the parking is on the school website with the original building design.
Do you have your card?
I do.
Thank
Yes, sir.
you. Name?
Hi, Anthony Santoriello, 5 Hartwood Drive.
Thank you.
So I just had a lot of time to do like fun math because this has been a really long conversation. And like just to put the numbers into context a little bit. So 24 administrators. I figured out that for 24 administrators, at just $4 million, we could buy 8 $500,000 houses and only put 3 admins in each one. So, respectfully, like, several people have said, and I agree, this feels a little rushed. And I would recommend that we try this again next year after a little more deliberation. That's all.
Thank you. You have something new to add? Sure.
Sean Kimball, 5 Hallett's Way. I didn't agree with the zero, voting it down to 0. I believe everybody here has a right to vote their opinion. I put my name on the dotted line, so everybody has that right. But I can do math. I'm a Merrimack High graduate. You don't go from 6.9 million to 4, just like that. And then everybody is talking about the interest on the bond. What the hell does that have to do with anything? It has nothing to do with the question. The question is, do we accept the proposal that they're putting through? Or do we cut it down? Or do we just eliminate it? We don't need to sit here and debate, well, the interest is going to be this, the interest is going to be that. I really don't know what to say. I'm going to tell you that.
Settle down, everyone, please.
I've lived in this town all my life, 54 years. Lori knows me. We grew up right down the street from each other. I'm not against the school. But there's got to be a time where we have to say no. I'm willing to pay to teach the kids to read, to teach them to write, to teach them to do math. I handle it. That's my responsibility as an American citizen. But all this fluff, we don't need. You could build a house. I'll give you $1 million right now. We'll give you $1 million. Build a building. Build a building. It'll be big enough for what you need. But we don't need to spend $4 million, and we don't need to spend $6 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Sandra Walsh, 29 Pinewood Drive. I just have a question. It seems like we don't have the right information to vote on this tonight. Is there a way that we could not vote on this tonight and have another session to vote on this when we have all the numbers?
Settle down, everyone. The answer is this is going on the ballot in one way, shape, or form, or whatever, and the voting happens in April.
Okay.
Okay, so.
But we don't have the full information that we need because of the change in the cost.
As you have heard,
Yes.
they are going to be providing that on the district website
Right,
between now and
but I
election
don't
day.
have it to make my decision, and that was why
Yes.
I was wondering if there was another alternative way. Okay.
Nope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Dalrymple, 1 Hitchin Post Lane. Just for clarification purposes, we just finished paying off the middle school bond. So we keep talking, or a few people have talked about savings by reducing or expanding from 15 to 25 years. What is the reduction going from the bond that we had from the middle school to the 4.8 at 15 years? Because there's a reduction in tax because of that, right?
Yeah,
So could we have that information?
Well, the last year, the middle school bond was $793,000. And so if we're going from 793,000 and we're doing the 4.8, the highest year's payment on the 4.8 is 470,000. So 793 minus 470.
Thank you.
Yep.
Nicole Norton, 810F. I just need to understand what we're discussing right now because both motions that have been put on the table so far have been voted in. So what question are we discussing at the moment?
We are back discussing, there are no amendments. We are discussing Article 2 as amended
4.8
until
with
there
the
are no
120.
more questions or comments on it.
Okay, so
4.8.
the
4.8.
next, do we need to motion on something else? Do we need
No,
to get
we
it onto
need
the
people
ballot?
to be satisfied that they've asked all their questions. There is no calling the question. There is no question. If you're done asking questions, then no one is coming up to the microphone and it moves to the ballot. Seeing no more questions on Article 2, it moves to the ballot at 4.8 and that 120,000 change.
Yeah. And
Please, everyone, quiet.
So, and I'd like to recommend a motion to restrict reconsideration.
I'll second.
All those in favor, a second?
Jennifer Burke, 169 Bedford Road.
Just so everyone knows, what this means is that this cannot be brought up later in this meeting, okay? All those in favor? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Motion to reconsider is restricted, has passed. Okay. Article 3 is gifts and property. Do I have a motion? Yes.
Would I be able, Finley Roth House, 14 Kidridge Lane, would I be able to move Article 8 forward? The budget?
Article 8.
If it's too much of a problem, don't worry about it, but I just was thinking that might be.
Okay. Do I have a second? Their question is, move Article 8, which is the budget, to discussion right now. Okay. I won't even ask for the cards. Thank you. I read the room. All right, Article 3, gifts and property. Do I have a motion?
I move that we move the article as presented.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Comments on the article?
This article is easy. This article allows the Merrimack School Board to accept gifts of personal or real property during the year, such as land. This article appears on the ballot every year to allow the school board to accept property on behalf of the district. If this article was not approved, all non-cash donations would have to come before the voters. This does not negate public discussion by the school board and would still require a vote of the board.
Are there any questions on Article 3? Seeing none, Article 3 moves to the ballot. See how easy that was? Okay. Article 4.
I move that we accept Article 4 as written.
I second.
Thank you.
This article is the support staff contract. The Merrimack School District Support Staff Union includes the following positions: food service workers, support supervisor and managers, paraeducators and kindergarten instructional assistants, maintenance and custodial staff, administrative assistants and library media assistants, Title I tutors, certified speech and occupational therapy assistants. We have realized through the past 3 years our supportive staff are underpaid compared to the districts that surrounded us. As a part of the negotiating process and the rates tentatively agreed upon by MESA and the school board negotiating team, we reviewed comparable districts which included Goffstown, Bedford, Windham, and Londonderry for each position. Merrimack School District had the lowest starting salary and the lowest top salary for each job category with the exception of maintenance mechanic starting rate. This new contract helps to keep Merrimack competitive with the districts around us. For example, Step 1 food service worker current contract, $11.89. Comparative district lowest food server Step 1, $14.75. For paraeducators, Step 1, $13.51 on the current contract. Comparable lowest amount of another district was $15.87. The current wages have been published in the contract, and the negotiation contract has also been presented on the school board website. The MESA contract includes the 85% for insurance, 13.53% to the New Hampshire retirement system, and the pay raise for all of those positions.
Anything else? So just a reminder that this cannot be amended. You're allowed to ask questions about it, but it cannot be amended because it is a collective bargaining agreement. Any comments or questions on this article?
Hi, Cindy Poirier, 5 Hickory Lane. I have worked for this district for 35 years. I am currently a paraeducator at Massacola Elementary School. I am also the president of the MESA group. It is an amazing group of people. Thank you for listing all those people, because we can't forget those people. And I look out at the crowd here, and I am just amazed. My heart is full seeing all the educators that are here. There's retired teachers, there's MESA, there's also people that care about our schools. I want to thank everybody, and I want to thank the board. We worked so hard to come to the agreement, and thank you very much.
Just
I didn't want to cut off the applause. That was great.
Okay.
Ashley Lowe, 2 West Chamberlain Road. I also want to thank the board for all their hard work for years and years beyond this board, boards before you. I speak tonight as a parent in the Merrimack School District. What is arguably more relevant is that I speak as a parent of a student that receives special education services in the Merrimack School District. And why might that only be maybe relevant? It's because I would stand here tonight in front of you all in support of District 4 if I had no children at all attending school in the Merrimack School District. And here's a little bit about why. My history with Merrimack is long. I grew up here. I've lived here all my life. People might say I'm a townie, and I'm rather proud of that. I graduated from MHS in 1996. When my husband, my then fiance, and I were looking for houses, we decided on Merrimack. We chose it for the education that our children would receive here. Did we know how badly we were going to need the education here in Merrimack? No, absolutely not, but I'm sure glad we stayed. Our son Alexander is 18 years old. I'm wearing his clothes. These are his senior year shirts. He has profound autism. He's nonverbal, and he needs assistance with many tasks that most 18-year-olds and their parents take for granted. He's had a one-to-one paraprofessional assigned to him since he entered the MEET program at Reed's Ferry when he was 3 years old. He has received 15 years of paraprofessional support. I believe that paraprofessionals are the most important part of the special education team, and I also believe that they are the most undervalued and certainly the most underpaid. They are the They are the ones who spend the majority of their day with their assigned student. Very few minutes of Alexander's school days have been spent without his one-to-one. Bonds are forged, and it's because of those bonds that trust is built and trust means that gains can be made. Gains that allow for our students to grow and learn, and in the very best of circumstances, become independent adults that will no longer need help from others. In Alexander's case, however, those gains mean different things. The biggest gain for him is his ability to communicate the most basic of needs, when he's hungry, when he's hurt, or when he's sick. 15 years of paraprofessional support has made this possible for him. His paraprofessionals are responsible for the things that Alexander can tell me. They are responsible for my knowing how to relate to him, and they are responsible for him being able to help regulate himself if and when he becomes upset. Through 15 years of paraprofessional support, I don't remember all of their names, but there are a few that have stuck with me. Elizabeth Goad, Robin Levine, Barry McWhinney, Darlene Goodspeed, Kathy Burke. They are all worth so much more than their paychecks reflect. If I could make up the difference for each and every one of them, I would. The district is understaffed, and they are filling that need with contractors that have less experience in paying them much more per hour than paras in our district that have worked here for 19 years. I have to think that if we were paying our support staff what they're worth, or at the very least, what's comparable in the area, we would spend much less on contractor rates of pay, and our ability as a district to both attract and retain qualified, experienced paraprofessionals would increase exponentially, and our students would benefit. As a single-income family, are we looking forward to any tax increase at all? No. However, the educational support that paraprofessionals have provided our son aren't financially quantifiable. There's absolutely no comparison in tax impact to the impact that experienced paraprofessionals have on students who rely on them. That was about it. One more second, I promise. It is my hope that as a parent of school-aged children or not, that you would see that investment in paraprofessionals is an investment as a community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, may I add something to what she said in information?
Sure.
Heather Dubois, 40 Amherst Road.
Hold on a second.
Sorry?
We got the,
I was.
Yep.
I didn't realize.
I'll let you go.
Done. I apologize.
Currently, we cannot attract the best of the custodians, the food service, and the paraeducators. We currently have to contract out for those positions at a higher rate than what we are proposing in the MESA contract.
okay.
Heather Dubois, 40 Amherst Road. Question, what is the tax impact for this to be passed?
Please.
Hang on, we'll get. Yes. 24-cent increase per thousand for a total of $121 on a $500,000 house in year one. 22-cent increase per thousand for a total of $111 in year two, and 17 cents for a total of $83 in year three.
And what the value? Because we've heard different values. Can you say the value of the home again?
$500,000.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this article? Article moves to the ballot. Article 5.
I move Article 5.
As printed.
I second.
Thank you.
So Article 5. Shall the district, if Article 4 is defeated, authorize the school board to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 4, cost items only. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board 500. This article gives the school board the option of calling one special meeting to discuss cost items only in the negotiated agreement if it's not passed by voters. This is a petition because the Supreme Court will not allow us to do this without this vote.
Thank you. Any questions on this article? Seeing none, this moves to the ballot. Article 6, roof.
I move Article 6 as printed.
Thank you.
I second.
Thank you.
Article 6 is relative to replacing some sections of roofs at the James Mastrocola Upper Elementary School. It's a cost of $797,000. This article seeks to replace 16,500 square feet of roof at James Mastrocola Elementary School and Upper Elementary School that is 25 years old and off warranty. At this point, it has the potential for failing. The consequences of not taking such action at this time could lead to deck rot and the potential for mold in classrooms. There are 3 sections of roof that we're looking to replace. There's a nifty graphic that is in some of the supporting documents for some of our school board meetings that has this picture, and I'm sure we can make it available again on the website after. So I'm going to say some sections with letters in front of them, and it's Sections B and D were constructed in 1999 and have been out of warranty since 2014. These sections are built-up roofing of tar and gravel that was applied on top of the existing roof. Section Z was constructed in 1997. The roof is currently telegraphing potentially urgent problems with the insulation below. There are areas where the morning frost has melted immediately adjacent to unmelted areas, which indicates that the insulation in the melted areas could be saturated from leakage at the surface. Saturated insulation has no insulating value and can lead to mold problems and damage to the metal deck below. We must pass this article to ensure that the current issue does not become an emergency that cannot be taken care of in a controlled fashion during the summer of 2024. I have a bunch of other notes for this, so stop me if I'm getting over 3 minutes, okay?
I forgot to start the timer, so go quick, please.
So a lot of people have asked, one of the things I've heard is, wait, didn't we just replace roofs at JMU's? And Matt actually mentioned it earlier in the meeting where this building was built in 1948 and has had a myriad number of additions after that. So there isn't really one roof at JMU's, it's a selection of many different roofs. And the reason for doing them over the summer is because obviously it's easier to do it when there's no kids in the building because you can't learn if there's people banging on your head. And that gives us a window of about 6 weeks if you're accounting for rain. And so by doing it this way, doing a few sections every year, we're getting it done before it's an emergency because emergency repairs cost more. The warranties for the new roofs, which wasn't in my little thing, are 45-year warranties. So these sections, we won't have to touch them again for 45 years. Same with the sections that we did last year. And by doing it in a controlled, planned fashion like this, it's just a fiscally responsible way of making sure that we're not dealing with an emergency problem later.
Thank you. Are there questions on Article 6? Seeing none, it moves to the ballot. Article 7. Is the petitioner here?
Max Abramson, 15 Jostin Drive, voter. So I'll just give you the short 3-minute version.
Would you like to move this?
Yes, I'd like to move Article 7.
Do I have a second?
Move Article 7.
Does he want to move this?
Petition.
Article 7.
Move the article as printed.
There is no second. I'm sorry. Name, sir? Thank you. You have that? No. Hold on. One more time. Dave. Thank you. Continue. You're all set. You've got it.
So yeah, I'll give you the short 3-minute version. The purpose of this petition is to say that there should not be any partisan politics pushed in schools. I meant to say public schools. I left that out. This petition was meant to deal with public schools specifically. So I'm partially biased. My grandmother was a public school teacher for 30 years, and they worked very, very hard as teachers through 1940s, 50s, 60s, 70s to keep partisanship out of the schools. Obviously, the teachers' unions were, of course, very partisan. But I wanted to get to two issues specifically in this. When I was in the public schools, they kept repeating certain talking points. It wasn't so much the teachers, it was the teaching materials, it was the textbooks, it was a lot of the films, and they were promoting what most people now know to be the big switch lie. So that's told over and over and over again in movies and TV and in the media and whatnot. It isn't true. Almost everyone who knows the history of this, if you go back to the 1800s, when the Jacksonian Democrats were formed to preserve, in those days, segregation, slavery, Jim Crow, black codes, slave codes, so on, the Indian Wars, the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1877, Japanese-American internment camps in World War II, the Tuskegee experiments, and so on and so on. The issue of race was definitely a partisan issue, and the Republicans had introduced 9 different civil rights acts that have become law. I also, as a state representative, introduced a civil rights act last term. And the 1619 Project and critical race theory are pushed in some public schools. And what they have essentially said, and they also push this in colleges, and what they're essentially saying is they're taking the old segregationist Democrats and their dark history and trying to apply that to all of America and go all the way back to 1619. Well, my ancestors came over on the Mayflower in 1620. And my family on both sides, and certainly on my mother's side, were very much active, involved in trying to bring an end to, of course, slavery through the Liberty Party and through the civil rights movement. So my feeling is that, one, it's partisan, and number two, it's dishonest. So we were told again and again and again in schools that increasing tax rates would bring in more revenue, but the reality was Congress has cut tax rates 17 times since World War I. All 17 times compliance has gone up, all 17 times job growth has gone up, all 17 times revenues have gone up. You were never allowed to say that in schools. Well, all right, I'll sum this up. We're never allowed to say that in schools. I never heard that in 13 years in schooling. We did that I found that out as research on my own, going off on my own doing the research.
All set? It's been out for 3 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Heather Robitaille, 45 Springfield Circle. I have an amendment.
Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, I move to amend Article 7 to read as follows: to advise the Merrimack School District to develop a curriculum which enables all students to fulfill their educational potential.
Do I have a second? Hold on. I just need one.
Kim Elliott had offered.
You all set, Pat? Address? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like an opportunity to speak to my amendment. The original language in this petition article reflects an outside political agenda that has no place in Merrimack schools. My proposed amendment addresses this concern. Instead, it focuses on the role of our elected school board in creating a curriculum that enables every child to learn at their highest potential while aligning with the Merrimack School District's educational vision, a vision of developing students who are empowered, goal-driven, effective, critical thinkers who continue to be self-directed, lifelong learners. Merrimack graduates equipped with these skills will not only contribute positively to their communities, they will be ready for their future, whether it be at college, in a career, the trades, or service in our military. As a longtime Merrimack resident and parent of a child in our school system, I firmly believe that we achieve this vision by aligning with federal and New Hampshire state curriculum standards. Providing an education is necessary for our kids to develop the skills that they can use to be successful in their academic careers and beyond. Restricting the tools available to our teachers and administrators hinders students' educational potential, and it contradicts the core principles of our district's vision. While I believe it's important to carefully consider the age appropriateness of any subject matter before introducing it into the curriculum, our teachers and administrators are well trained in vetting resources, methods, and modes of instruction. They ensure that information is communicated using best practices that are established by research and data and are beyond influence from outside politics or personal opinions. This is the approach that will fulfill the vision of the Merrimack School District to create students who are curious, connected, prepared, dedicated, and resilient. Merrimack's children deserve an education that is not subject to the whims of politics and petitions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maureen McGregor, 3 Harwich Court. Heather was much more eloquent in what I would be saying. What is being presented is based on extremist, non-factual commentary. Not only is it disturbing, but aims to severely restrict and dictate content being offered within the school curriculum.
Okay. What we are discussing is the amendment.
Oh.
Okay? Okay? We are not.
Okay.
There is an amendment that is on the floor to change the wording to what was just discussed.
My sincere apologies. It would be wonderful if the community could hear the input of the Assistant Superintendent of the Curriculum, Amy Doyle, for your commentary, and I appreciate the board's time and effort. Thank you.
Do you want me to speak to the amendment, or?
Are you, I'm sorry, are you wanting her commentary on the amendment?
No, on the original one.
Okay. Well, we're not talking about the original one right now, okay? Again, everyone in line, you were talking about the amendment, okay? And if you need, I'll read it again. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Cinda Guayumi, 22 Ministerial Drive. I just wanted to say that I support the amendment. It enables what's going to the ballot to be more representative of a community that loves and cares about its fellow neighbors. All of our educators and our citizens are all here tonight because we care about Merrimack. Our educators and all of the folks that work with the kids do not need the influence of politics in the school, and the original amendment very much promotes what it says it's trying to avoid. Thank you.
Thank you. The amendment.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Nancy Murphy, and I live at 20 Brenda Lane. I'm a 38-year resident of this wonderful community, and I'm honored to have been granted the opportunity to represent the town of Merrimack as both the town councilor and New Hampshire state representative. I don't have a question, but would like to comment on, I guess, the amendment. I'm full support. I think it was well written, and I think that speaks to the needs of our community. I think parents here have been concerned about this warrant article, and which clearly necessitated an amendment so that partisan political agenda isn't within our school, and that Merrimack teachers, that what is being taught in our school is not misrepresented, and there are no aspersions cast on the intent, motive, and actions of our committed public school teachers. So I will be voting in support of the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Dunham. I live at 16 Rent Court in Merrimack, obviously. And I want to thank Heather for proposing an amendment that improves on the original by a bazillion times. It is good for our students. It will help them to prepare to be fully contributing and participating members of the community and not subject to partisan politics and erroneous information based on somebody's whim.
Thank you.
Wendy Thomas, Wildcat Falls, up here to endorse the amendment that was just proposed by a resident who has lived in Merrimack for over 20 years, as opposed to someone who had recently moved to Merrimack and has been here for only about a year, knows nothing about our school system. And I'm going to go with the resident that knows our town. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Rosemary Rung, 21 Ministerial Drive, and I want to echo Representative Thomas's comments. This amendment, and I want to thank Heather Robitaille for moving it, this amendment reflects what we should be about in Merrimack. We should be about promoting educational excellence in our students, having them reach their potential. We elect you, the school board, to do that. We don't educate kids and develop curriculum by a petition warrant article. I look back on the almost 41 years I have lived in Merrimack, and I have been sitting among people that we disagree with each other on things, but I really believe we all want the best for our kids. And no matter how we disagree, no matter what our politics are, we always come together as a community. I look at Mighty Max. I look at when a family's home is burned down in Woodland Park. We all came together. During COVID, how many of us made masks, distributed masks? We all come together despite differences we may have in politics. And I wholeheartedly support this amendment because it really gets back to the nature and the true reason why so many of us are proud to be in Merrimack. And I encourage everyone else to support the amendment too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joanne Grobecker, I live at 27 Craig Drive. I support the amendment. Extremist national agendas have no place in Merrimack. Merrimack is a community of neighbors and friends. Merrimack schools have excellent curriculum, the best teachers and paras to deliver that curriculum.
Max Abramson, speaking against the amendment. So over 50 people signed this petition because they had, almost every single one said the same thing, that they had seen this increasing partisanship in our schools over the years, that they did not want to see our schools becoming partisan, that they have around the country become partisan. And in other Western countries I've been to, they've also become increasingly partisan, pushing the same talking points. This isn't just a town problem. This is an international problem, that there's an agenda being pushed in our public schools. Schooling is supposed to teach kids how to question things, and not just to believe, not just to believe a revisionist view of our history that just isn't true. So one is it's partisan, and second, it's completely untrue. Almost every educated historian knows that what they're promoting isn't the fact. The 50-plus people who signed this have the right to place this question on the ballot in front of the voters. The 50-plus people who signed this are citizens of this town, some of whom have lived here for 60, 70, 80 years. They have the right.
Please, everyone.
They have the right to present that question as worded in front of the voters. What we're trying to do through this effort is try to stop the schools from being used as a cudgel or as a political tool, and to deprive kids of one side of the argument. So I would ask folks to vote no. Just let the voters decide this. That's the process that we've historically used. Let the voters decide for themselves. We did this on the first article, adjusting the amount, but still letting the voters decide on the new superintendent's building. Let's let the voters decide. If they agree that schools should not be partisan, then please vote no.
Jennifer Bull, 5 Independence Drive. I grew up here, I graduated here, and I've had the pleasure of working in the district here. The amended language captures the energy and excellence of the education I received, graduation of 2010, and the education our kids now and the future deserve to get.
Thank you.
Brian Hetchy, 43 Henna Circle. So I just want to read again what this article actually says.
We're talking about the amendment. We're not talking
Right.
about the article.
So I want to do that and contrast that with the amendment, if I may. So the original is to see whether the schools will stop pushing Common Core, critical race theory, the 1619 project. By the way, I don't even know what half of these things are, for the record. Social and emotional learning, SEL, climate change, doom and gloom, the big switch lie, revisionist history, retroactive acceptance, the socialism and other left-wing policies on young impressionable children. Would you please kindly reread the amendment?
The amendment is to advise the Merrimack School District to develop a curriculum which enables all students to fulfill their educational potential.
So effectively, the amendment nullifies everything in this article. What I want to take
the amendment is addressing curriculum. The original article is addressing curriculum.
Curriculum.
Yes.
As opposed to
what else? It's curriculum. They're asking for a curriculum change.
So my point here is I would urge everybody to vote against the amendment in order to give the voters an opportunity to speak on these topics. I don't know all about all these different things. What I can tell you is that my understanding of critical race theory is that it teaches children or teaches people to look at the world through whether they are oppressors or oppressed, or to look at the color of people's skin. We just had Martin Luther King Day recently. Martin Luther King believed in judging people by the content of their character. That's something I passionately believe in, not to take skin color into account when dealing with individuals. I am absolutely against treating people differently by the color of their skin, and I urge anybody who agrees with me to vote against amending this. Thank you.
Leslie Hultbeck, 86 Merrimack Drive. My humble opinion is this petition is full of
Careful.
buzzwords, inflammatory phrases, and can't. To see whether the schools will stop pushing critical race theory, pushing, really? The 1619 project, which is an attempt to explore.
Okay, we are talking about the amendment, not the original article. So if you have comments about the amendment.
Well, I really think that you have to understand what he's saying to understand the amendment.
Okay.
Right? The 1619 project is just an attempt to understand how slavery is part of our history. Climate change, doom and gloom. The Northwest Passage is open, excuse me. We have climate changes here. Revisionist history. There's a really good website that explains revisionist history from the beginning of our history, and the fact that our history of parties have fluctuated over time, and it's not a plot, it's just the way things work. Retroactive acceptance of socialism is basically a conflation of socialism with communism, which is naturally a dirty word for most Americans, and it's an attempt to make socialism a dirty word. Social and emotional learning is a way to make woke sound dirty. So basically, these are all leaving me wondering why these ideas are so threatening to these people, our attempts to educate our youth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lucas Algeyer, 71 Bedford Road. I am currently a student at Merrimack High School, and I've been a student at this school for 10 years, and I am fully in support of the amendment, as I believe that it is much more representative of what we should strive to teach the students, and that the original petition is, first of all, not an issue. In my history classes, I've taken some form of U.S. history every 4 years of my time at Merrimack, and we have never been told the big switch lie, revisionist history, and frankly, I think it's a non-issue to even start with, especially the partisanship. The partisanship that I see entering schools is coming from far-right extremist rhetoric that is on social media perpetrating and entering into the students' mind, not through the teachers, but from these extremist groups. Especially, even this petition, it is being petitioned across schools, and it is being petitioned by members of far-right extremist hate groups, such as the Proud Boys, the Patriot Front, the Ku Klux Klan, the American Nazi Party. And I think that not supporting this amendment and letting the original petition go to ballot represents something that we should not be even entertaining the idea of in Merrimack. We should not be entertaining the idea of exclusion when we are a community who is becoming more diverse by the day. I myself am an immigrant from Brazil, and I believe that this amendment is really what we should be focusing on, teaching our kids to make
Everyone,
ourselves
please.
more inclusive and a better community for all. Thank you.
Hello, Tyrell Borowitz, 7 Timber Lane. I have a question for the school district. Is there some sort of vision statement or mission statement or something about the curriculum in the school district?
Can he repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Does the school district have some sort of broad vision statement about the curriculum?
Well, we have a mission statement in general in the school department. We are in the process right now of developing a 3-year strategic plan, which will incorporate such type of material in it. But our mission statement and our vision right now is more broad, doesn't focus specifically on these types of topics, but we are addressing and responsibly addressing curriculum, instruction, all phases of our school district operations in our strategic plan.
Okay, so what is the current mission statement of the school district? Or,
you know, if I had have known that question was going to be asked, I would have brought the mission statement. I can't recite it to you verbatim, but we'll put it on our website this week because it is a well-crafted, meaningful mission statement.
okay. I guess my follow-up question would have been to, would the amended language align with that mission statement or some sort of statement that the school has about its curriculum?
Yes.
And would the original language of the article align with that?
No.
Great, thanks.
It's Ellen Wilson, 149 Babusick Lake Road, and I'd like to call the question.
We have one gentleman in the back that has not spoken. If
I
you
was
would
just
like
going
to
to
come
say
up.
it's a parliamentary inquiry.
We have another individual who hasn't spoken on this. We have more people coming up, so, yep. We'd just like to get these people to have opinions. We are
everybody.
discussing the
Peace.
amendment
Understood.
only,
Peace.
okay? And
Anthony.
can everyone please just, a little bit? Thank you.
Anthony Santoriello, 5 Hartwood.
Thank you.
And so, respectfully, I just wanted to say that my sincere belief here is that everybody, whether they consider themselves left or
It's
right.
easier if you're looking this way and talking
Sorry,
into the microphone.
my apologies. I sincerely believe that everyone in this room, whether, wherever they've put themselves on the political spectrum, even though they have different perspectives on what extremist or whatever might look like, I sincerely believe that in heart, everyone does have the same goal, that everyone does want us to work together and to have a not politically loaded and, a fair environment, even though people might assess different things as kind of risks. And honestly, I know that, the school board is looking at the next gen cell and asking the question, is it fair? So I'm not trying to go anywhere with that other than to say, don't let this conversation be an excuse to distance yourself from anyone else. I do sincerely believe everyone has the same intentions, even though they assess the situations and the risks differently. And I know this is out of turn, but I would just recommend striking both, but it's out of place, sorry.
Okay, at this, sir, no, okay. At this point, I am going to,
So it's a parliamentary inquiry?
yes, sir.
So my question is, was the previous statement out of order where the false, baseless accusation, I'd say, the baseless accusation that this was done by Proud Boys and right-wing extremist groups? Is that tolerable at a public meeting?
They're discussing their opinion at that point, so yeah. Any other? I'd like to call the question. Yes, I'm there. Okay. All in favor of amending Article 7 to read, and I am going to add a few words to the front of this. Shall the voters advise the Merrimack School District to develop curriculum which enables all students to fulfill their educational potential? All in favor of changing the wording? Thank you. All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we are now offering or entertaining comments and questions on the amended article. Are there any further questions on the new wording?
Heather Robitaille, 45 Springfield Circle. I move to restrict reconsideration for Article 7.
Second? Hold on. One person? Thank you. You got that? Hold on. I'm going to ask you to do it one more time. We good? Thank you. All in favor of restricting? Thank you. Down. All opposed? Restrictions are in place. And it moves to the ballot as amended. All right. Can we calm down a little bit? We got people leaving. What do we got here? Just trying to. Do you still want me to read it? Okay. Article 8 is the school district operating budget. Do I have a motion?
I will move the article.
Second? Name?
Dan Coakley.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
I don't know if this is in order, but I would like to move to waive the 3 minutes presentation in respect to the work that the Budget Committee and School Board has put into the budget.
Do I have a second? One person? You got it? Thank you. All right, we are voting on allowing a longer than 3-minute presentation by the Budget Committee. All those in favor of allowing this? Thank you. All those opposed? We're going to be watching a presentation. Okay? So just to be clear, it was moved as printed.
All right, I'm going to get started.
Can we have a little quiet here?
I'm going to get started with the budget presentation. To start out, I would like to thank the Budget Committee as well as the school board as well as all of the work that the administration did to help to put all of this budget together. We have a hopefully quick slideshow for all of you to go through the work that was done on this budget. To start out, you all should have maybe hopefully received a packet of these slides that are up front, so if you didn't get one, please feel free to get one. On slide number 2 and slide number 3, actually I'll start out with the budget goals before I go there. On the budget goals, our goals in terms of this budget were to improve programs and services for all students, to provide a better return on investment to all of you as the taxpayers of our town, and to attract and retain excellent staff. So before I go on, I'd like to invite our Chief Educational Officer, Bill Olson, to provide a small amount of background on where we started on this budget and how we kind of came to terms on the budget. So Bill, if you wouldn't mind speaking for a few minutes.
Good evening, everyone, and I'll be very brief because it's getting late. Over the last couple of years, we have done as much as possible to improve the programs and services to all students. What we have done is we have talked with the staff extensively at every school to understand the needs of every student, what their strengths are and what their needs are. We've talked and met with the school board in terms of developing goals and objectives for our budgets. So there's a firm basis and a strong basis behind the numbers that you will see before you. My job also is not only to meet the needs of every student, but it's to give you the best possible return on your investment. And I take that very seriously, the school board takes it very seriously, and the budget committee takes it very seriously. We also want to be able to attract and retain quality staff. We have excellent teachers, we have excellent paras, we have excellent support staff. That is the key to the success of any school district. You want to go over the...
Sure. So on slide 2, you will see the overall number. So the increase of 2.8% over 23-24's budget to the 24-25 budget. On slide number 3, you will see that it is an increase of 2.17%. And we're going to go a little bit more into those numbers now. So our next slide talks about what we did through the work of the school board as well as the work of the budget committee. I know the amount of time we each spent a lot of late nights till 12 a.m. in the cafeteria of the high school trying to work on these numbers, and this is how we all came to these numbers. So some of the work that was done are improvements to the K through 12 curriculum for our school district and our students. That was in the reading, science, as well as math. We have the alternative pathways to high school graduation program. Currently, there's 16 students enrolled, and 12 of our high school students that are in their last year of high school will actually be able to receive a high school diploma, and those students would have else dropped out of high school. In regard to that, we've improved the extended learning opportunities for our students, and I'd like to provide you some statistics on that. We just hired last year, we put an instructor in place for that program, Harley Hall, and he's done a phenomenal job of being able to increase those for our students. We currently have 47 of those extended learning opportunities. We've worked with the Merrimack Police Department and are providing a teen academy. We're providing internship courses for our students, technology courses for our students. We have an internship that turned into a job choice for a student that's in their last year of high school. That student will now go off and attend college, and their major will be in the internship that they chose. And it was because they did the internship while they were in high school. So these are just a few of examples of the extended learning opportunities that we have this year that we have never had in the past, all thanks to the work done by Hartley Hall. We've also improved some of how we monitor the overall student achievement of our students. We've expanded our business partnerships, so really working with outside community and business organizations to really help provide for the students that we serve here. If you can go to the next slide. Oh, you're on. Increasing professional development opportunities for our staff. Increasing out the school safety in our schools, providing competitive wages for our staff. The only reason our students get through are because of the staff that we have. That includes health insurance. Health insurance isn't always something you can control, so the only way to provide high-quality educators is to pay them well, and that's part of what's included in this budget. And overall, the school district has provided a 3-year strategic plan. I happen to have the opportunity to serve on the strategic planning committee for the district. There's about 28 of us on that committee. That includes staff, that includes parents, that includes students of our school district. And I myself am also an alumni. I've lived in this school district my whole life. I went through K through 12, and I wouldn't be where I am or who I am today without the work that our schools do and without the educators we have. And that is why I do what I do. We will always be here for our students and our staff. We want to create a culture of trust, a culture of respect, a culture of, and a culture of support across the board. So to go to the breakdown of school district budget, if you want to go ahead to the breakdown. So overall, what this budget does, it includes the overall pay and the salaries. It includes the benefits. It includes contracted providers, transportation. It includes utilities. It includes the cost of tuition, funds, food services. And our operational support includes the supplies, equipment, and repairs that make it possible for our students and our staff to come to school every single day. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Bill if he wants to add a few words.
The only words I will add is that over the last 2 years, I think we've made tremendous progress in this schools district. I think we've made significant improvements to the curriculum. We've worked with the teachers. We've provided them with the materials and supplies that they need. We are forward-thinking. We're developing a strategic plan, and we want to continue those improvements. Our students deserve it. You deserve it as taxpayers. And I want to thank the school board, the budget committee, for this support. But I also want to thank you, because the budget we have had in the last 2 years that you've approved has allowed us to make those improvements. And you're going to see them. Our graduation rate at the present time, someone posted that online, is about 87%. That's going to increase with those 12 students who we now have an alternative program for at the high school. 2 years ago, we had nothing. And we made it a priority to make sure that every student matters, every student counts, and for some students, a conventional high school experience, seated all day, is not their idea of an education. They need something different, and we have provided them with that something different, and so we're very proud that 12 students are going to be receiving a diploma who otherwise would have dropped out. So I'll be glad to answer any of your questions, okay, as specifically as possible, because I want you to have the facts. I want you to have accurate information about the who, what, when, where, and why of our district.
And I just would like to add one final thought before we close. I would say as part of the overall budget, overall as a school district, and especially on like the strategic planning committee, we've overall looked at what the vision of a learner is, what the vision of a high school graduate is, and what the current reality is right now. what are the needs, not the wants, but what are the needs. I think we all recognize the burden that your taxes have gone up. And I think it's important. As I talked about, I went through our school district, and I don't think I'd be where I am. But I think we also need to look at how we retain our students and keep them in New Hampshire and keep them in Merrimack. Get these students to go into the workforce. Get them to go off to college. And if we don't provide all of the services to help them do that, then our students won't ever get there. And so again, you all heard me have a little bit of a stutter at the beginning, and I never thought I would be where I am today. And I think it's because of the paras. It's because of the teachers of this district that I am where I am. I've been able to work in the field of education. I've been able to go through a master's program. I've been able to go and work in Congress in DC. And so it's because of, again, it all started right here in Merrimack. And I think that just goes to show you where your tax money goes for the students we serve. So with that, I'll close, and thank you so much, Bill.
We're going to give a couple of minutes for everyone to get back at their seats. Thank you. Questions and comments on Article 8?
Max Abramson, just a question. So the requested budget, $93,285,848 for the year. What is the breakdown of that per year per student?
The per pupil cost is determined by the prior year's expenditure as broken down by the New Hampshire Department of Ed, less food service, less transportation, less a lot of things that are pass-throughs. It's kind of hard to estimate it based upon an appropriation. And you said, what are the multiple year costs of this? I mean, this is a one-year budget, right? That's what we're voting on. This isn't a multi-year budget, so I would say the one-year cost is $93,285,848. I don't have a per.
No, that wasn't my question. My question was,
Per student.
what is the breakdown of that per year per student?
Well, as he mentioned, we're only talking about 1
Just
year.
1 year.
So
No,
per year doesn't make sense. You can say this year.
Right. I'm asking, so charter schools, we increased funding to $6,400 per year per student last session. Some of the private schools cost about that, $6,000 a year per student. So what is this when broken down per year per student? What's the spending per student?
Well, per year, it's 1 year, okay?
Yeah, just
So, I think we've already
Just over.
established that. The average Merrimack's
Please.
I guess I'm confused. The average Merrimack per pupil cost is around middle of the road, where state average hangs out, at around probably $21,000 a year. Huh? 19? Okay, I was corrected by Amy to my left. So I would expect that to be probably around in that same realm.
So 19,000 was last year, or you're saying that you expect this
Yeah,
year to also be
19,000 is the rate that was published by the Department of Education. They figure out the per pupil cost. It's on the website, and they give you the breakdown of how it's done.
All right, thank you very much.
Yep. Yeah, okay, 19,000. Yeah.
Do you have your card? Thank you.
Timothy Bollier, 3 Wildcat Falls Road. Brian, I did submit an amendment to you earlier.
Okay.
Is that, since I submitted, are we able to change that, or is that what I gave to you? Just
It's an amendment.
Yeah.
You get to read it. If it's seconded, we discuss it.
Okay. All right, so my amendment is to add funds back to the bottom line for the French program at JMUS. The amendment would read, add $80,878 to the 2024-2025 school budget for 1 FT for the World Language Program at JMUS. These funds are specifically for the French language program and the current teacher in place.
You understand that you can't change a line item?
Yeah, that's why I submit it that way.
Okay. Is there a second? Name, please. We good? We good, Pat? Yep. Okay.
Okay, so real quick at the 3 minutes. So who am I? I'm Tim Bollier. Live here in Merrimack, been here for 13 years. I run the Poutine Fest, which is the largest French Poutine Fest in the country here in Merrimack. It brings a lot of money to the community, a lot of folks into the community who've been here since 2019. Helps do another event at Budweiser, which is awesome. I'm looking for, with this new budget, 0.07% back in to reestablish the JMU's French program. It's been cut now with no real plan. I've heard some discussion about having other teachers do it, but right now they'll just be Spanish offered at JMU's. There's 2 decades of this program in place already, and a very tenured teacher who was actually up for Teacher of the Year a couple years ago and came just short. She does work full-time. The role has been diminished and changed by the district, but that doesn't have to stay that way. When this came out, tried to get folks to come and support. We've had reach out through Poutine Fest to come to Merrimack. They wanted to come to JMU's. That looks like it's off. I'm just saying that's off. That was not allowed. But there is support for this program. Economically, in New Hampshire, we have a trade mission that goes to Quebec that is aging out, and we're getting crushed by Vermont and Maine. If kids don't know how to know the French language here in the state, we're going to lose out. We do $1.7 billion in trade. That's going from New Hampshire, money coming back to us with Quebec every year. And our kids, should have the ability to work in those roles. If we start limiting to one language and eliminating French, we're going to lose out to towns like Bedford. Let's be honest. Our kids won't have the opportunity. If we eliminate French at JMU's, it's the end of the French program in Merrimack, period. I've heard from the school board that they're diminishing numbers over and over again. That's because we had a blip during the COVID pandemic when we didn't have a teacher. So I just want to be very clear that this is adding 0.07% back in, that it's based upon this new change of the building to reestablish and keep the program at JMU's on the bottom line of the budget. That's all I'm asking. 0.7.
Just hold on a sec. So what the proposed amendment is going to do is to change the Article 8 bottom line from 93,285,848 to 93,336,726. That is the amendment, and that is what we are discussing. Increasing the budget by that amount.
Okay, Marie Berry, 50 Marty Drive, and I just have a question about the amount. Does that take into account the reduction in the first year's interest for the 4.8 building?
Go ahead.
Because I think that should offset.
Take it.
If we add the French program back in.
We're about to get an answer here.
Okay.
That is a separate article. So that amount is part of Article 2, and if Article 2 passes, that amount will be raised and appropriated. It's separate from Article 8.
Okay, so, just another.
We're talking about the budget here.
Just another clarification. Yeah, I understand we're
Okay.
talking about the
Okay.
budget. But could I just ask for clarification? The first year's interest on that bond is not included in the operating budget?
No.
It isn't?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Adler, Deerwood Drive. Question for Matt. Matt, what is the projected surplus for the current year that we're in and the year that we're discussing?
In the handout, I think it's one of the last pages, there's a budget and revenue surplus, budget revenue summary from 24-25. The surplus that we're projecting that's going to be derived from the 23-24 budget, of which we haven't completed yet, is approximately $6.2 million. That's to offset the tax rate that's going to be set in October.
And what is
showing up as a revenue? Yes, sir.
What is the projected surplus that you have?
For 24-25?
Yes.
I have no idea. It all depends. Is the GMR for health insurance going to come in at 15.9? Are we going to have another 110 staff members turnover? What's the mix of those people who are going to look like? We could lose a lot of people on the bottom of the scale. We could gain a lot of people on the top of the scale. It's very hard to peg. All I know is we will not go over budget. I have never done that, and we never will. Hopefully it'll get back to normal. Maybe it'll be, I'm just prognosticating. This is a big guess because it's 24-25. It's way out there. We used to run around, before COVID, around $3 million in surplus every single year. I'd like to get back to that amount.
Since COVID, it's been higher than that, correct?
Yes, it has, sir.
Okay. Should the motion pass, this is a question for the school board, what is the appetite to maintain this program within the schools?
Scotty, you're talking the French program?
Yeah. Will you keep it if this motion passes?
My recommendation would be not to keep it, quite honestly. We have a program, and this is no fault of the teaching staff. We have an excellent staff, but the way the program has been constructed over the years, there is relatively minimal actual instruction in French and Spanish. What we're looking to do is reconstitute the program, reassign one of the staff members. You know, we have a couple of staff members, and once again, this is not their fault. They're excellent, but they essentially have half-time schedules, okay? And so we need to make sure, in the spirit of efficiency and making sure that we do what's right for students, but do what's right for taxpayers, we assign them to full-time responsibilities. So personally, as the leader of the school district, I would not be in favor of this amendment.
And one final question would be, if it does pass, you're not obligated.
That's correct.
That is
to
correct.
do anything with it, is that correct?
That's
So
yes.
the funds could be appropriated and raised, and it would sit and be returned back as part of surplus.
Mm-hmm.
We would still be taxed on it, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that's
Thank you.
correct.
Evan Fulmer, 5A Woodbury. My question is, how does this increase affect the default? Would it affect the default budget?
This increase would not affect the default at all. The default's been determined already by the school board.
Okay.
There's strict rules as far as that goes. It starts off with your approved budget on the MS-22, and then it goes through, you don't want me explaining it right now, but no, the quick answer is no, it wouldn't affect the default.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Rosemary Rung, 21 Ministerial Drive. Although I'm really sympathetic for Mr. Bolio that asked to have this teacher added back into the budget, I think it's important that the voters support the school board's policy. When we add a teacher back, we're impacting policy that is within the realm of the school board. And my understanding is the school board deleted this position for reasons that Mr. Olson outlined. And I think that particularly in a year where there's going to be a bond on the ballot and a contract, that we have to be extremely frugal with the budget. And I think we have a lot of things in here that I think are good. We have low student-teacher ratio, which is great. And I also want to remind people that our per pupil spending, I mean, when you see 93 million, it sort of knocks your socks off, but it's actually average for the state. But I'm actually going to be voting against this amendment. I think we need to honor the school board's decision to take this position away. I think there's still plenty of money that may become available in the budget, either through a reduced health care premium once that number comes in, and also just with surplus and attrition, maybe teachers that may be at a higher step are replaced by teachers at a lower step, but I think we need to really hold the line. But I do have one question of Mr. Chevenel. When will you get the information about when the health care rates are finalized?
Yeah, they usually have a meeting. Sometimes we get very fortunate. We have at least one time in the past where we have known this before the deliberative session and we have made an adjustment. But they're going to have their formal meeting sometime in the next probably 3 to 4 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep, thank you.
So I know you guys love hearing from me on this. So look, I just want to do a couple things. So if this room, who is emptied out because we've been here so long, says we want you to put this back in, this amendment, you're just going to say, you're just going to ignore the money? In other towns, they do this all the time, and they listen to the will of the people. If the people say it goes back in, you're just going to say, nope. Is that what you're telling me? Like, following the process to add exactly what you cut is available. And by the way, we just lowered $2 million on that building if that happens. You still want to cut French? I don't get the obsession, and I don't like to be so passionate about it, but there is no plan at JMU's. You're just going to have French, you're just going to have Spanish. I've heard things, but again, there's no plan for when it's cut. If it goes back in and there's just Spanish next year, you are killing that language, which is an economic part of this state. It's a heritage language of New Hampshire. $1.7 billion. We just did Sig Sauer's did a contract with Canada. All the pistols are made right here in New Hampshire. Why do you want to cut this and not have a plan? And I don't like being this stern about it, but why? What is the obsession with this? 0.0%. I know the curriculum time, yada, yada, yada. I went in 5th grade, my kid's on their Chromebook all day, like testing. In 5th grade, I was able to learn, I went to the Rotary meeting and I was able to know one of the flag songs because my 5th grade teacher played the piano. It's okay to learn other cultures. Like, what is the obsession with French in this year? I know some of you grew up in the West Side. I know you know this is an important language in New Hampshire. Merrimack has an advantage right now, and we're cutting it. Why is the obsession on French when we're just saying add 0.07%? I don't understand.
The answer to your question.
I'd be happy to explain.
Just to answer your question. You want to answer it? Okay.
It isn't an assault on French. It is purely a financial decision. We are paying a full-time teacher to teach half of the day. She's physically teaching half of the day.
So give her more people.
We pay her to teach. And if we reduce it to one position, which we can then revamp in the future, if we can do that to then include even more languages, there is no assault on culture. There's nobody that wants culture in our schools more than I do. And the fact of the matter is, we answer to taxpayers. So we
amend the budget to do that?
We are taking two positions and combining it into one because both of those teachers currently are teaching have a half-time teaching schedule. We put them together. That one teacher can actually do all the coverage.
Is that because
it's a financial
we took
decision.
Things away? Is that because you took it away and revamped, or because she's just not like? What I'm trying to understand is you guys pulled stuff away. You don't have to do it. It was for 2 decades one way, and all of a sudden it's like more Chromebook time? I don't understand.
No, it wasn't for 2 decades one way. When they revamped the JMU schedule,
hold up, please.
When they revamped the JMU schedule, the teaching schedule changed, and that's when that teaching.
I'll take an L if I take an L on this, but if they say that you need to put it back in to do French, you should do that. Okay, I don't understand why you're saying we just avoid it. That is frustrating. And I think I've been pretty well with you guys on this thing. If they voted in, you should not just say no. That's not really fair.
As a point of further clarification.
Yep. Let's go.
The foreign language program at the upper elementary school is part of the Unified Arts rotation. If we increase that, we do that at the expense. If we restore this position, we try to increase the amount of time for both French and Spanish. That comes at the expense of the core academic content areas. reading, math, and science. And quite honestly, I'm not willing to do that. We have scores that need to improve in this district, and we need to focus, yes, French and Spanish are important, but the way this program is configured and the fact that it's in the Unified Arts rotation, that trade-off to me is not acceptable in terms of taking additional time away from the core academic content areas.
I also want to add that this board isn't just wishy-washy on plans. We have made a declaration to the superintendent and to central office that we want a revamped world languages program at JMU's as part of the Unified Arts. We're not cutting French, we're adding to it. But we are expanding that with a single teacher within a full-time schedule.
See, I have to take you at your word for this. I haven't seen any of this.
Okay.
That's the thing, I don't know.
It's for next year, it's not for next week.
All right.
Anything else to add?
No, that's it, Brian.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other comments or questions on the additional? Oh, sorry.
So I just want to explain, every June, the school board gets together and we have a goals meeting with the administration to look at our forecast, our budget, our needs. And one of the things that came out of this past June meeting was we asked the administration to start looking at ways that we can decrease the budget. And the only way you really can is through personnel. So, look at class size, look at, the number of students that are going in different programs and start coming back with some cuts. And as difficult as it was, that's what they came, to us with, and that's why we made the cut. And we understood that was one of our goals this year.
Thank you. We have someone in line.
My name is Stephanie Ruiz, 23 McQuestion Road. I just want you to reconsider. I have a fifth grader and an incoming fifth grader next year who's going to turn 6. So I'd really wish for you to reconsider, because this is the only language he gets. French. He does get Spanish, thankfully, at home. We're very lucky that that happens. I really wish you consider, because they won't receive it, like everyone's saying, maybe till like 7th or 8th. And I think by then, they don't want to be interested in world languages. They don't see the point in it. Having multi-language is fantastic, and it helps you on later in life. So it'd be nice if they at least get exposed to it for a little bit. So I really wish you reconsider. Thank you.
Michelle Petrovic, 25 Pinewood Drive. So I went through the Merrimack School District. I took French, I picked French when I was in middle school, and I have no idea what the program is. So could you explain how the program currently works with Spanish and French, and how it will only work with Spanish? Like, what is the difference?
At the present time, there are really, over the course of a year, minimal contact hours in terms of direct instruction. If I recall correctly, I believe it's either 32 or 36 hours of both French and Spanish during the year, which is quite minimal, given the fact that, keep in mind, that is in that rotation. So students are only receiving essentially 20% of
Can we be
the
a
year.
little quiet in the room, please? Thank you.
So what we're looking to do is create a more global cultural and language experience for students. That's still in the developmental process. We're working with Dr. Rowe at JMU's on that. But there's where, once again, because of the minimal exposure, actual exposure in terms of instruction, and the fact that if we try to increase that, it comes at the expense, as I said, of core academic subjects.
Again,
it's
can we
very
please
difficult.
quiet down the room? Good.
So that's my answer to you.
Okay. Oh.
Well, I kind of want to answer her question and build off of what we were saying before. Is right now it's I think we said 36 hours over 2 years. Is that right, Mr. Olson?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. 36 hours over 2 years. So how that works is with my fifth grader right now, she gets 12 days, no, 24 days?
Yeah, it's
12 days of French this year. Next year, she'll get 24 days. So over the course of 2 years, they get French. So in the way it's set up, it's 12 consecutive school days.
Okay.
And then she doesn't have it again for the rest of this year, and then she'll have it, next year, 12 consecutive days, there'll be a break, and then a 12 consecutive days. But what we're looking to do, in case anybody didn't see the school board, our high school teaches Latin, Spanish, French, Mandarin, and Arabic. And what we're looking to do is to create a class that would be an introduction to all of those options and not just 2 of them.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot.
Sean Kimball, 5 Hallett's Way. 1, I disagree with the amendment. And 2, I'd like to call the question.
Seeing as there is no one else in line, I will be calling the question. The amendment is to add $80,887 to the budget, bringing the budget to a total of $93,366,726. All in favor? Thank you. All opposed? Motion fails. We are back to the original budget number. Any further comments? It's your meeting.
Maureen McGregor, 3 Harwich Court. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to offer an amendment.
Is it?
This amendment would change the dollar value of the operating budget to $93,420,439, an increase of $134,591.
Do I have a second? Yeah.
An increase of,
Hold on, please, everyone. Go ahead.
so for an increase of $134,591.
134,000.
134,591.
591. The amendment is to add $134,591 to the budget.
Yes.
Just wait. Thank you. Keep going.
This amendment represents the value of costs associated with maintaining the gifted and talented program at Merrimack Middle School and their high school. Currently, it's
Hold on. That's enough for me to, is there a second? Name, please. All right. Thank you. Continue.
Currently, it is anticipated that the position heading this program will be cut as a result of the school board's proposed budget. However, on behalf of all the Merrimack High School students, we believe having one person lead this program is valuable, and the position should be restored because of the sheer importance of it. Without a head teacher, there is no plan to support the program and the students. Having a singular teacher position allows for easy management of enrichment activities which are funded by GNT, such as the National History Day, Granite State Challenge, which our team has done quite well, Quiz Bowl, Model UN, AP exam coronation, plentiful field trips throughout the school year, homeroom supplies, and writers' workshops. The position provides a flexible staff member to manage things such as these and take on extra responsibilities such as subbing in for teachers when needed. We have a teacher currently in this position, Ms. Agel, who knows what they're doing and has plenty of experience in this position, having worked closely with students and developing a meaningful bond with them, as shown by students desperately fighting for her position within the past few weeks.
I'm representing these students tonight. They truly love Ms. Engel being in that position, and I sincerely hope that the town realizes the impact of her role in the gifted and talented program. Thank you.
All right, so now we are discussing the amendment to add that dollar figure to the.
Scott Adler, Deerwood Drive. Question for the board. If this motion passes, what is your appetite to keep or reinstate the gifted and talented program?
Honestly, I would not be in favor of restoring the gifted and talented program for the following reason. First of all, we have an outstanding staff member in that role. However, the fidelity in turn with respect to the actual instruction of a gifted and talented nature is not what I expect, both at the middle school and at the high school. Some of the responsibilities that were just listed or named are responsibilities for which that particular staff member receives a stipend that is outside of the scope of the gifted and talented program. I understand the importance of that to our students, and we want to be sensitive to that. I'm going to be meeting with them, with our assistant superintendent for curriculum instruction, sometime within the next couple of weeks. But I can't sit here and tell you that that program is of the nature of the title of a gifted and talented program. If there were significant instruction, and once again, this is not the fault of the staff member, it's how it was designed and implemented over the years, but I would not be in favor of restoring it as it is.
And if the motion passes and the funds are raised and appropriated, you do not have to, you're not obligated to put this back in, correct? And the final question is probably more of a Matt question. If you wanted to keep the program, even without this addition, this amendment, you would have enough money in the budget likely to do it with surplus or projected surplus, correct?
If directed by the school board, who is authorized per statute to do line item transfers within the budget, we could potentially do that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Lucas Algaier, 71 Bedford Road. So if this amendment doesn't pass, what is your plan for Gateway next year without a teacher to run it?
As I mentioned a couple of minutes ago, the assistant superintendent and I are going to come over and meet with a representative group of students. We'll meet with all of you if we have to. I believe there's about 43 students that are technically listed as being in the gifted and talented program. We want to understand what the nature of your needs are, with the understanding, from my perspective, that if there were true gifted and talented instruction going on a regular basis, that would be one thing. But I haven't seen it. Okay, and as I said, that's not the staff members' fault. That's the way this program was allowed to be designed over the years. So we will be talking with you in terms of what's important to you. But I think what's important to you is probably beyond the scope of an actual gifted and talented program, and that's what we need to find out and learn more about.
So you currently have no formal plan for what Gateway will look like next year, and you want to pass a budget proposal to remove funds for Gateway without a plan?
We'd like to develop a plan through a discussion with you.
Why didn't you have the discussion before you decided to cut the teacher for the program?
Because we knew we needed to make a reduction. We knew that we could not continue. I was not willing to allow that program to continue in the same structure in which it has existed. All right? Because what it is, you've got a room, and it's almost like a drop-in center. And I understand that's important to some of you, but I need to look at it from a perspective of what is the value, the instructional value that is being presented to students, and what is the return on investment value in terms of what are we producing from that staff member and from that program.
Can the room please quiet down a little bit? Thank you.
I'm not going to ask any more questions. I'm just going to say one more thing. I think it's a mistake to base a teacher's worth solely on their instructional value, especially because Ms. Agel not only does so much for the school in terms of coordinating school-wide things such as AP coordination and field trips, but she is almost like a shoulder to cry on for many students. I'd like both in the Gifted and Talented program and outside of it. She is so kind and just really someone that you can go to that it's very hard to find in both, not even just Merrimack High School, but the school district in general. Thank you.
And I have to say, that I totally agree with your comments about Ms. Sagel. She's an outstanding staff member.
Hi, I'm Holly Gordon from 17 Kingston Court. I've had some experience with the Gateway program, and I have a lot of friends who are in it, and I can just say from my experience as a high school senior is that it has, and Ms. Agel's position has opened up so many opportunities for students who are applying to college, and with programs such as Model UN and the enrichment opportunities, I think it has just helped a lot of people think about what they want to do regarding majors, and has helped out a lot. I think that it has a lot of added benefits, and that getting rid of that would make students learning what they want to do a lot harder. And they would have a lot of programs where they could be with other people and bond over certain interests that are co-curricular that it adds benefits for.
Thank you. We are speaking to the amendment to raise the dollar value by $134,591.
Robbie Reisman, 8 Iris Drive. Just like to speak in favor of the amendment in the sense that maybe an imperfect Gifted and Talented program, but any program is still better than no program. And in particular, I think at the middle school level, I've talked about this, if they wanted to add some direct instructional hours to it, whatnot, that would be great. I know I benefited from that growing up, and I'd love to see these kids have the same opportunities. I've had some good conversations with folks. I appreciate your time on it, and I still would like to see this go further. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Matt Murray at 3 Eagle Drive in Merrimack. I am in favor of this amendment, but I also want to know if I can amend it to earmark the money specifically to go to the Gateway program. Is that not a possibility?
Nope.
Okay. And so then can you answer the question one more time? If we added the money, would it go to restoring the program?
That is up to the school board to decide
Okay,
that.
the school board's right there too.
But my recommendation would be no.
Will you commit to restoring the program if we refund the money?
So when we were talking about this cut, we hired a pathway to graduation person. We hired other people that we thought we could give these responsibilities to. So the program isn't going away. It's just who's going to do the program is going away.
So how is the program going to change then? Can you answer that?
It's actually going to improve because we're looking at to increase extended learning opportunities, to increase community service opportunities, giving kids that are in the Gifted and Talented program other ways to learn outside the classroom. So that's what we're hoping to create.
So I just want to add to that. So sometimes when people hear you're cutting the Gifted and Talented program, we've heard from these kids what it provides for them. It provides lots of support, lots of guidance, lots of opportunities, some of which are provided by a separate stipend. But what it doesn't provide, as Gifted and Talented, is instruction. So when we're saying we're taking away a Gifted and Talented program, it doesn't eliminate opportunities. We still have AP classes. We still have honors levels classes. We are looking to expand our dual enrollment opportunities. All of those are challenging opportunities for our students. We have added the pathways of graduation, which allows for students who don't get into the gifted and talented program, are considered gifted and talented, to explore extended learning opportunities and or gain credits through other ways. But extended learning opportunities through our Director of Pathways to Graduation, whose job it is to make these things possible, allows these kids to get internships and to do things. So will the specific position as it exists as a support and a guidance opportunity for students go away? Yes, but I think our guidance department needs to step up and fill that role.
Okay, until that happens, then I disagree with that. I am the parent of three high school students right now. One of which, or actually, sorry, I was correct the first time. Two. My other one graduated last year. Rainier Murray, who was also on the championship Quiz Bowl team, has been in this Gateway program with her sister, who's sitting up there in the back, who is number 7 in her class right now, has been in this gifted and talented program since they started at Reed's Ferry and moved all the way through. This program is what helps get them going and helps keep them moving in the right direction. And cutting it is wrong. I am asking you to commit to the money. If we pass the money, you commit to continuing the program until you have completely done away with whatever it is that you're going to revise the program to be, and that is actually working to fill the gap before you cut the program.
To clarify, the K-6 program is going to remain unchanged. This is just the middle and high school
Right.
person who
I
provides
understand
no
that.
direct instruction.
I
Just for
have high
anybody who wasn't
schoolers
clear.
who went through this whole thing. I'm telling you, they went through it in the middle school too, right? We don't want to lose the middle school part of it too, because that is very important. So
Okay.
I'm asking for your commitment right now to restoring that, if we give you the money, as this amendment does, to restore that program until you have completely done your revisions and involve the program to continue to improve it.
Okay, your time's up. Thank you.
I'm waiting for an answer, that's all.
They do not have to respond.
I'm sorry, say that again?
They do not have to respond.
Okay. Would anybody like to respond to that?
Can I just clarify? They actually won't be able to make a formal decision until they're at a formal board meeting. So.
Okay. So then I vote for the amendment anyway.
Thank you.
Evan Fulmer, 5 Woodbury Drive. I've been to Gateway competitions. They're fabulous. I cannot understand why this was a reasonable cut. If we are seeking to graduate the best and the brightest, then why are we eliminating something that's as valuable and creative as Gateway? I'm very confused by this cut. So I support the amendment completely.
May I clarify that those activities are not going to go away. There are a number of activities for which this staff member receives a separate stipend that are separate and distinct from the gifted and talented program. Those activities will continue.
Anthony Santoriello, 5 Hartwood. So respectfully, I believe I've never been to one of these meetings before, but I thought we were voting on Article 8, like the overall school budget, and I thought one of the ground rules was, you know, we're not supposed to be debating individual line items, and there's been a whole lot of debate about individual line items, so respectfully, I hope we can move it on.
Okay, people are free to ask questions about the budget and the line items.
Lucas Dalgeyer, 71 Bedford Road. So I notice you guys keep mentioning the instruction time period for the gifted and talented. So I just want to say that the gifted and talent program, especially Ms. Agel, it's the instruction time that she pushes for students to take advanced and accelerated courses. I, myself, the only reason I continued on the honors path, I continued on the APs path, was because of the gifted and talented program, specifically Ms. Agel. And I am, I have been accepted at every single university I've applied to so far because of her work. Other students in the program also have
taken these courses, gone through ELOs, taken college-level courses, taken summer courses, taken on classes that would have them skip their lunchtime so that they could learn more because of the work ethic and rigor that Ms. Agel and the Gifted and Talented program pushes into these students. So if you take away this program, you are limiting the instruction time that these students could have to learn these accelerated topics to expand their educational opportunity. We weren't talking about Article 7. We changed the amendment so that these students would reach their full educational potential. Keeping Gateway, keeping Gifted and Talented will have these students reach their full educational potential, and cutting it goes against what we just voted for. Thank you.
Hi, Rosemary Rung, 21 Ministerial Drive. I kind of want to echo the comments I had about the other amendment to add the French teacher. I really think the school board, it's their purview to develop policy. And I'm against this amendment because I think they've made that decision, and I don't think those are kind of decisions that should be made through an amendment at a deliberative session. Now, that being said, we have a $93 million budget. We don't know what the health premium increase is going to be. We don't know the level of attrition. There's going to be money in the budget. By law, we have to turn money over every year. What I'd like to suggest to the school board, there's so much passion in this room about this issue and also the French program issue. I highly recommend the school board consider putting together an ad hoc committee and take some of the background that the students and parents are bringing and bring them together with educators to really look at a best gifted and talented program that we can bring to the school district that's leveraging resources that we already have. And if it does require more resources, we're likely going to have that in the budget anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Bill Boyd, 139 Joppa Road. I have a question. In sitting back listening to this entire conversation, as a matter of policy to dovetail off of Representative Rung, I'm curious to know if the district has pursued federal funding through the Department of Education's Jacob Javits Gifted and Talented program, which provides grant monies for the elementary and secondary level education programs. If that's possible to be answered, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, at this time, I'm not aware of that, Representative Boyd. If you can send me some information about it, I write the grants, and I'm happy to look into it.
Thank you. All right, we have an amendment to increase the bottom line by $134,591, making it $93,420,439. All those in favor? Hands down, please. All those opposed? Motion fails. We are back to the original number. Any other comments or questions? Are you coming up, sir? All right.
Sean Kimball, 5 Hallett's Way. Believe it or not, I watch a lot of your meetings. I actually sit back and watch the school budget committee. That's how exciting my life is. One of your members, a few weeks ago, I about fell off my chair. He wanted to cut the budget by $4 million. I have a motion here. I'd like to cut the school budget by $4 million.
Okay, do we have a second? Name, please. One more time. You good? Thank you. We're good? All right. We're going to quickly do the math up here, but If anyone would like to speak to this, or we could go right to a vote. Hold on.
Great. Jennifer Motel, 27 LA Drive. I would just like to present this potential budget cut to the school board and the administration and ask what that would mean for our school, what these budget cuts would mean for our education and our town.
The cut of $4 million would come primarily from personnel, from staffing, from teachers, from administrators, from paraprofessionals. If you recall in that pie chart, 93% of our budget is obligated through salaries, contracts of all types, tuition expenses for our students who are placed outside the district, utilities. And so the remaining 7%, which is a relatively small number,
Could we
is
please
insignificant.
quiet the room down? Thank
So
you.
it would come primarily from personnel.
Okay. And then I just wanted to state that I vehemently oppose this budget cut. I have 3 children. One has graduated and is in college for computer engineering. I have 2 that are juniors right now. We have been very pleased with the Merrimack High School program. And I would, even though we only have 1 more year left for my kids, I value the education of our children in this community. It matters. And I just oppose this amendment.
One of the things that happen in your school district is we have an accreditation process. And your schools, there's a visiting team that comes and they accreditate your schools. If this happened, I can tell you right now, our schools would lose accreditation. And if our schools will lose accreditation, no one would want to live in this town. So this would destroy public education even more.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, I'm Rosemary Rung. I still live at 21 Ministerial Drive, and I'm vehemently opposed to this amendment. This isn't the way we do things. We don't take an arbitrary number, and I don't believe the person that made this motion presented any sensible reason how that number came to be. It seemed like it was just pulled out of the hat. I communicated with all of you, I think by email, probably when you were starting the budget process in early December, and I asked you to hold the line. I said, we've got some big ticket items that are going to be coming on the district. Please don't. Keep the budget to the bare minimum. I went to the budget committee hearing, and I talked about the same thing, about holding the line. That's how citizens express, that's how they work with their elected officials to communicate how they want a budget to look like, not showing up with an arbitrary number at the deliberative session. I agree with you, Mrs. Rothaus, about the accreditation. I also want to note that even though the budget is up, inflation is up, and I'm sure you're paying inflated prices. You're competing in an extremely competitive labor market for teachers and paraprofessionals, as we heard before. So I don't believe the budget increase is unreasonable compared, in the context of the current economic climate locally and statewide and nationally. So I urge everyone to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Hold on a sec.
I'm going to let them talk first. I'll talk when they're done.
Yeah.
You're up.
Okay, Anthony Santoriello, 5 Hartwood Drive.
Thank
I
you.
promise it's the last time. So if you could just remind me, respectfully, just trying to remember and understand, what last year there was a budget surplus, right? And I think it was pretty high. Can you remind me what the number was last year of extra taxes that were taken by the school?
Well, it was all returned to reduce the tax rate, but it was the 21-22 surplus, which is booked as a revenue to reduce the school portion of the tax rate, and it's in your handout. It's $6,254,958.
And I might have missed that point. You said that that extra money collected actually goes to reduce the taxes?
Yes, sir, it does.
Then peace. I'm good here.
Peace be with you, too.
But also, the reason we have a surplus is because of positions we have not been able to fill, because we weren't paying, especially people enough, but also because we have to budget for our guaranteed maximum rate for benefits, but we don't get the actual amount till after. So if we budget for, like this year, it's 15.9%, which is up from what, 8%? Yeah, so we're having to budget for that. But if it comes in at 11%, I mean, we'll all dance a jig in the streets, but it's going to happen after tonight, so nothing can be changed. We have to budget for it because they're telling us that's the guaranteed maximum rate. We have to have that money there legally.
Hi, Bonnie Dunham. I live at 16 Wren Court. I had three things. First, I didn't think I could stay silent when my children got a good education in this town and allow it to be decimated because somebody decided to stand up and without any courage, name a number and not say where that should come from. That's just thoughtless and lacks complete courage. And the other is, what's proposed is less than the default budget. Seriously?
Robbie Reisman, 8 Irish Drive. First, want to thank the Budget Committee for all of their hard work for crafting this budget, and School Board for all your work putting things together and deliberating over the budget. And just say, after hearing from School Board Member Rothaus and from others about how this could impact the community, I'm adamantly against this budget. It seems like an arbitrary number, and it could do irreparable harm. So, no, thank you.
Molly Azatia, 7 Chestnut Circle. I am a very proud paraeducator in the Merrimack School District. And I am up here to oppose this cut because I love my job. Thank you.
It seems like it's voting time. Is Henry Tyrell in this room? Is Henry Tyrell in this room? I'm sorry? I'm sorry, sir, yes. Sophia Ray. Is Sophia Ray in this room? Thank you. Is Angelina Hulerin in this room? Anyone? The request for a secret ballot is invalid. All right, we are now voting on the reduction by $4 million, bringing the total to $89,285,848. All those in favor, raise your cards. All those opposed? Motion fails. We are back at the original number. Any other questions, comments, or amendments? Please, everyone. Seeing none, it moves. Oh. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Jennifer Heinrich, Heinrich. Motion to adjourn.
Seeing none, it moves to the ballot.
Sorry.
Now we have a motion to adjourn. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for watching tonight's school board deliberative session. I'm Nicholas LaValle, the Town of Merrimack's Media Services Coordinator. I want to give my extended gratitude to Bob Malloy and Gary Archambault and Malloy Sound for helping with our in-house sound production tonight. I'd like to thank Merrimack TV staff, Justin Slez, our Assistant Media Services Coordinator, and of course Grace LeMay, our Media Assistant back at Town Hall. If this is your first time watching Merrimack TV, thank you so much. And if you're watching us on cable, that's fantastic. Thank you. But please download the Merrimack TV app. You can do so on your iPhone, Android, iPad, Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV device, or Roku device so you can watch it on the big screen. Once again, there's so much excellent programming on Merrimack TV. Please download that app, and we appreciate you watching. And we'll be live next Wednesday night, March 13th at 7 p.m. for the Town Deliberative Session. It's requested that you check in at 6 p.m. The meeting will start at 7 p.m. Election Day is Tuesday, April 9th. Polls are generally open from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And we'll be bringing you live election night coverage beginning at 7 p.m. on April 9th. You're watching Merrimack TV, your community, your voice.